So, Twitter's rules and policy. If anyone doesn't know what is exactly that, you probably haven't watched my streams too often. But yeah, it's okay. Let me try and explain a bit of what that is. Basically, whenever you go to all these social media platforms and everything, as well as any place that you do that involves some sort of community, some sort of communication with other people, whether it's Reddit, it's Twitch, it's YouTube, or it's Facebook, Instagram, or whatever, they all have their own rules that people have to follow in order to use them. In a way that won't break their won't cause any harm to the community, mostly. If the company, like, if let's say the company doesn't have any of these rules, it's fine as well. It's not a law. It's not a law, required law. It's not compulsory, legally compulsory for websites to have this sort of rules and regulations. It's more of a thing that it must do if, let's say, they want to get as many people into their platform, using their platform, right? Because a unmoderated and a social media, a social platform that has no rules, no nothing, is gonna become chaos. It's gonna be it's gonna have unforeseen consequences, or technically foreseen consequences when you think about it, which would be, like, say, a lot of criminal activities, things people say or people do or advocate for might be criminal in nature, might be illegal in nature, and that would cost a lot of money for our social media platforms, and they don't want that. And since they don't want that, they have to put their resources, they have put their time and money into enforcing these rules, whether they like it or not. So that is why, quite simply, one of the reasons why all these places have these rules and regulations, community guidelines, whatever you want to call it, to make sure people don't abuse the platform until the authorities is involved, or big names are involved that would make these services a living hell. Quite literally, a living hell. Oh, good water. So yeah, I actually started a bit on this one last week. We talked about specifically, I think, yeah, I can quickly go through that one. Right. I can quickly go through the sensitive media thing, which was something I was curious about. Because it's something that is very common in Twitter, right? So, wait, October? Do they keep updating this? Wait, was it October last time I came here? I feel like not. They updated it already? Or is this that they just put it there for fun? Let me check. I'll just check my own VOD. I actually need to export that thing as well. But I think I have to, rather than just straight up export, I have to edit it, because it has a lot of different, or not different, unrelated content in the stream. I have to cut it down. But let me see the thing. Where is it? Video producer. Yeah, it's 7 hours long. Oh man, it's gonna take a long time to download it. You know what? Next time when I'm streaming, if there's like other content then damn, we need to separate them because last seminar I finished when I finished doing my seminar, I immediately just jump into playing Overwatch. So it's 7 hours, which originally shouldn't be that long. Right, let me see. You have an unrelated question to ask. Oh, sorry. Can you... am I going to click on something? Please quickly click on something. Okay, about for... Oh yeah, it is September 2022. Wait, what type of lawyer are you? I am... When I was practicing, I am specifically a lawyer that deals with property, like your houses, your apartments, your condominiums, anything in relation to that. So it has updated. I don't know. October 22 apparently. So never mind. Why? What do you want to ask? Just ask me. It doesn't matter, all right? Whatever I do. A lawyer, legally speaking, a lawyer, right? You probably don't know about this. Is a lawyer can practice any law. They can literally represent anyone in any matter, in anything. Literally, that is what a lawyer is supposed to be able to do. Once they are qualified, once they get their license and everything, they can do anything, quite literally. It's just that it's much more common to see lawyers only specializing in a few matters, right? What are the odds of insanity plea works on a murder case? Well, it's, yeah, I would say good question, but not really as complicated as you would think an insanity plea is. I can't tell you without I can't even tell you in detail of how it would work exactly, but I can tell you this: any defense, all right, any defense for a criminal offense has its own factors, has its own considerations to make, right? A defense plea of insanity, most of the laws is found through case laws, basically meaning to say when someone uses it, it is always based on a previously held case, previously closed case that someone has raised that defense. It's not a written law per se. It's not something that you can find in an act or in a federal law or state law. But yeah, basically it depends on the case that you're quoting, and the judge will tell you in their judgment, and it's a long list of things they will say. And one of the things probably would be, how do you plead insanity, right? But your question of how likely someone is able to claim insanity plea, just look at this rationally. If you want to say you're insane, how do you prove you're insane, right? How do you prove you're insane? Everything is this is not like it's not, how do you say, I'm insane and it works like that. It depends on the evidence you have. How much of the evidence is reliable? What is the specific mental illness that you have, and mental illness or mental disorder you have? What were you like in that condition? When what were you? What was your mental state while you were committing murder? All those factors come into play, right? It's not as simple. I have a history of how do you say, schizophrenia or something like that, and that is what I am basing my grounds of for insanity plea. No, it doesn't work like that. Like I said, it depends on when you committed a murder. Were you really in a state of insanity, or in a state of mental the symptoms or triggers or anything like how do I word it? Basically, when you're committing the crime, were you having symptoms, having some sort of a hysteria or like hallucination, or yet you were not yourself, you were not in control of your voluntary actions. So yeah, it's not easy. The gist of it is, it's not easy to plead insanity for anything, really, unless you really have you don't only have a history of medical records of you having incidents, right? And those incidents would how do you say, make yourself a high risk of endangering other people. That's one thing. If let's say you have if let's say people are talking that you have schizophrenia, but your schizophrenia is only you are only a danger to yourself and not anyone else, and you're trying to use that medical condition to say that to get away with murder, so to speak, to use it as a defense for murder, there's a high chance the prosecutor will point out the person that is charging you for the criminal offense is going to point out that is not relevant. Your mental state was not relevant when you were committing murder, right? If there are evidence backing countering that argument. It's funny that I actually watch a video on this. They have a specialized people to actually confirm you're insane or not. Yeah, I mean, you need to have medical experts to confirm all the things that you're trying to raise. And not just that, right? Not just that. You need to have facts to confirm during that time when you're committing a murder that you were in that state, right? It's just not, it's really dependent on evidence. Whenever we talk about criminal offenses and how likely people are going to get charged, or how likely people are going to get a defense working, or even if it's not a criminal case, even if let's say it's a civil case, like if you get into an accident and you want to get some sort of compensation for that accident, normally the insurance will deal with that. But just so to speak, if it's some accident that is not car accident, there's some sort of a construction accident, or some sort of a work environment accident, or even a residential accident, any sort of this sort of like very common, very basic type of a civil case. All this, if you can ask the same question, how likely are you going to win in this sort of case? How likely are you going to get this defense to work? And the answer is always, whichever lawyer you ask, whether they are specialized in that case or not, they're going to ask you, what are the facts? Can you prove those facts? Do you have evidence backing those facts? Right? Whether it's against or in support of whatever you're trying to claim. Everything ends up, we end up talking about facts. Nothing, you don't have to think about anything that could be construed as subjective, in the sense that one person could say this and the other person could equally say it is like that, even with proof or something like that. So yeah, whenever you think about all this matter that would involve having to go to trial and trying to prove your case always ends up with evidence. They will monitor you closely and will be asking bait questions. Yeah, it's however whatever method you're doing, it's basically to ascertain the truth of facts, right? The truth of facts. And as complicated as it sounds, it's not. It's not. As long as you stick to one point of view, one point of approach, in any court cases, any type of cases, just focus on facts. Focus on facts and what evidence is backing up those facts, right? Even if you do not know about the laws and everything, just know what at hand do you have. What right now do you have? What you are able to obtain? What can you use as evidence? As long as you're clear, whatever you have, whatever proves what, whatever does something, you don't really need to think more than that, right? The only other step you have to take is to consult an actual lawyer to analyze all these facts for you, right? So there's no clear-cut way of saying, since you have this evidence, you're gonna get 10% higher chance to win this case. Also, there's no such thing as there's no way to calculate evidence in this manner. There's no way to calculate a win percentage in anything that involves cases like this. All right, any case at all. Really, it's not a lottery system. It's not a gacha system. There's no odds. Why I say that is, even if, let's say, a lawyer tells you something like, with all this evidence, I can say you have a high chance of winning this case, or something like that. They will tell you that because you're a layperson. You don't really know what is involved with all the technical details or the legal details. They're going to tell you that. But what I'm telling you is from experience and from my knowledge that is not the case. You could have all the evidence you have all the whatever grounds or legitimate reasons for whatever your claim is. The thing is, you do not know what the other party is going to do. You do not know what the other party is going to do. If we're just talking about fighting in the court cases, we don't know what the other party is going to do, right? There's always some sort of a quote-unquote loophole. There's always some sort of tactic for the other party to try and worm their way out of a situation. There's always another way to interpret things. So yes, all I can tell you is there's no high or low chance to any sort of a defense or anything like that, because it always depends on evidence, and each different case is going to be different, with different facts, with different lawyers, with different judges and such. They really should make it a gacha system. No. But anyway, yeah, if really, that's why I'm saying, if you have any questions, just ask them. It doesn't have to be something that I specialize in. I can give you a general answer, and that answer would be whatever other lawyers is going to give you, except for probably technical details or technical knowledge of what exactly you're asking. And the thing about those is, when we try to explain to people who are not familiar with the legal system and such, there's no point in explaining like this section or this case is what I'm basing my my answer is, because your potential clients or people who are asking these questions that has no legal background aren't going to understand or care about where the basis is coming from. They only want to know what it all means, how could they understand it through their own perspective. And that's why I don't try to use any sort of too much of a technical terms or anything like that. Just giving you an overall idea is sufficient, so that you will be able to approach matters in a more logical way, in a more rational way of thinking things, which is what lawyers do. Lawyer gives you answers that are logical or rational. They don't give you like answers based on whether you like it or not. And most of the time, people don't like the answers that lawyers give them, and which is unfortunate. But that is the reality of things. Like say, you always hope lawyers, when people find lawyers to get consultations and stuff to find out if their case is, they have a strong case or something like that. A lot of times they don't know what they actually have in terms of from the legal perspective or legal aspect. There's a lot of things they miss out. There are a lot of details they don't know. So we ask those specific questions that is logical, that is rational, that is more objective, so that we can give them a proper answer. How legal would it be to shoot a squatter in your vacation home? You're from America, right? This really depends on your state laws, whether what you can do against a squatter. But from your simple question, if you worded it like that, common sense, rational thinking or at least in my legal system, is any lethal force would be considered a criminal offense if you're not doing it under the basis of self-defense. There's no such thing, at least for my know, is that, oh, you're in my property, I can kill you. Listen to this statement more, right? You're in my property illegally. That means I can kill you. Is that right? Does it sound right to you? Are you going to tell that to the police? I killed that person because, he was in my property. I told him to leave, I told him to do whatever, but he didn't leave. So I shot him and killed him. It's my right? Okay, so first off, from even like just from an ethical or morals basis, it's totally wrong. It's very, very wrong. And also, well, of course, from a legal perspective, someone being your property, right, illegally, whether illegally or legal, they're still human. They still have human rights. If your country have human rights, of course, it doesn't mean when they how do you say, squat in your property, they become less of a human now. They have less rights. Of course, they probably have less civil rights, but I would assume at least the right to life is still there, right? So unless they are not just squatting and they pose a danger to you in some way, then yeah, you can probably justify by saying you're just protecting yourself. You're just claiming under the defense of self-defense, right? Think about it. Hey, Don't come into my property. I'll kill you. Or you step in on my property 1 meter inside my property. I have the right to kill you now. Wait for me to get me. Wait for me, all right? Let me get my shotgun. And okay, ridiculous as it is. Don't try to test it. At least make sure your state your laws. How do you say? You're familiar with your state laws in concerning with how to deal with squatters and such. I think at most you can call the police, right? At most you can do is call the police. Yes, I believe that is still a quite some sort of criminal offense, depending on what that person is doing. But yeah, call the police. This is why it is why the rest of the world view the United States as weird. It's like as they live in a different world. Nobody would have this sort of question in mind, or I have this sort of a thinking in other countries where they would think, the first solution in trying to remove a squatter is to kill them. Man. Oh. Oh man. It's yeah. I don't understand it. I mean, yeah, it's all this is because of the how to say United States amendment. I'm not sure which amendment. The right to bear arms. Bear firearms is weird. It's a weird law a weird right that Americans have, and is violent. Yeah, quite literally violently in support of it, which is unfortunate. I mean, understandable. You can't really remove a law, even whether it's flawed or not. With history, with hundreds, I think at least 200 or 300 years of history, like since from the time that North America has been colonized, they have always been using guns. So why stop there, right? Why stop now? Can have a gun, but can't really literally use bear arms. Maximum efficiency and maximum prison for you as well. Anyhow, so yeah, I was back to this Twitter's rules and policy. Sensitive media policy apparently has been updated, or they just, I don't know, updated the date so that people would continuously read them. I hope not. Man, I should probably save them whenever I read this, but nah, that's probably too much of a work. Alright, you may not post media that is sexist, blah blah blah. Okay, really difficult for me to see if there's anything change. But in any ways, let us see the things that I've highlighted. Alright. So so over here, sensitive media policy. It doesn't mean, just to be clear, right? Anyone that is watching right now, sensitive media doesn't mean the sensitive media that you understand. They have a definition in this page itself, all right? Sensitive media means graphic violence, adult content, violent sexual conduct, gratuitous gore, hateful imagery, all those things. Nothing else, all right? Nothing that you would think would be considered sensitive media. Like for me, when I look at sensitive media without seeing what it actually meant, I would probably assume it meant like some sort of political meaning to it, something like things that are of state secrets or government secrets, or things that should be not shown to the public, something like that. But which is not. This is not the thing. It's probably a different category, but this is not it. They have to update it for every drama that springs up. Yes, I would say so. Yeah, you say that, you joke about that, but that is literally why these rules and policies, these community guidelines are always constantly updating. It's because there is always some sort of controversy happening, controversial issues happening that affects their reputation, that affects their financial position, and they have to do something about it to make sure people don't make too much noise. And yeah. But yeah, let's see. I look into this one specifically because it talks about sexual content in Twitter, and I was thinking, does Twitter really allow people to like post literal pornographic stuff on Twitter? The answer seems to be yes and no. So from the way I've read this is literally what I can conclude. Yes and no. So let us just get back to what I've highlighted and see what it is all about, right? So why I say that? Okay, over here I've highlighted, it already says why, which is why we balance allowing people to share this type of media with helping people who want to avoid it to do so. So yeah, they are trying to, in the first sentence, they are saying they are allowing sexual content in this platform, but at the same time trying to prevent people who are not supposed to see it, or people who don't want to see it, to use the platform to enjoy this platform equally. All right. So yeah, it is kind of a yes and no position that Twitter has. And why is that? Let us further go down. All right. We don't really need to talk about graphic violence. It's pretty obvious. That's why I didn't highlight anything. But adult content. Adult content is something that is very common in Twitter. Even though Twitter is a platform that is for people even at the age of 13. Yes. Teenagers at the age of 13 and above can use Twitter. And that means minors, if they are honest, right? If they are honest about their age, they would not be able to see all this content. That is on paper, at least. That is on paper, right? But of course, unfortunately, the internet is something that is impossible to ascertain someone's age unless you literally require someone to present a lot of evidence that can be verified that you are of certain age. So yeah, I understand that, and so it's like it's more of a, yeah, it's a risk. People who post sexual content for any reason or so has a risk of exposing these things to minors, unfortunately. And they take that. Only thing I can hope, right? Only thing I can hope for people who do that is they are responsible enough to make sure it's not shown to the extent they can, I guess. But that being said, all right, that being said, quite literally, adult content for Twitter, it means everything that could be considered sexual content. And even if it's not sexual content, anything that is like, as it says over here, full or partial nudity, including close-up of genitals, buttocks, or breasts, excluding content related to breastfeeding. Yeah, that means anything. It doesn't have to be of a sexual nature. And there is a part where it says there's exceptions. I probably should highlight this. There are exceptions, right? Whatever you're doing is allowed because of these exceptions. And they just put it very, very briefly. If it is for artistic, medical, health, or educational content. So if you're within all these exceptions, you're supposed to be okay, right? But I don't think people. The most gray area would be artistic. You're posting adult content for artistic purpose. There's, from my own personal perspective or own opinion, there's not a lot of things you can say about artistic when you're posting literal pornographic stuff. Quite impossible. Because it can be artistic, but it can be also quite literally for the purposes of sexual arousal, right? Like over here, it says any adult content is intended to cause sexual arousal. So it's a very debatable thing, and it's something I think only Twitter would probably has their own standard what is and isn't considered sexual arousal, because anything can be considered sexual arousal. So for any person, it's just a matter of whether it is a lot of people or is it only a few people. And yeah, this most of the time these things, when they explain to you, it's not clear. And because it's not clear, it's because it's very subjective. And how certain can you be? You can't be certain. The only thing you can do for certain is whether you want to post these things or don't post this, or don't show this content on Twitter. Quite literally that. There's no sense in trying to thread the needle, so to speak, trying to see how much you can get away with posting adult content. That is a very slippery slope, right? Because the thing about this is, right, these rules and policies, they are not monitored by Twitter. They are reported by users. And if people don't like you, like I always say, there's a lot of people who don't like you in the internet for one reason or another. They will use these things to make your life a living hell, or at least inconvenience you, right? Whether there's a legitimate reason or not, just by doing this exposes you to the possibility of getting reported, and also for Twitter to make a judgment call against your content. So that's that. So that's the problem. But yeah, aside from that, why I say, even though there's exceptions, they are saying like that even though it's subjective, they come back to say something a bit more objective, which I highlighted down here somewhere. Wait, where is it? Over here. What happens if you violate this policy? So over here, at least for graphic violence, adult content, and hateful imagery, right? They will tell you that if you violate it, they will require you to remove this content. They will maybe lock your account, right? Or if you violate this policy again, after your first warning, they will permanently suspend you, right? Then there's also the thing about sending someone unsolicited violence or adult content is obviously something that should be not allowed. But let's see over here, the one that I've highlighted. Accounts dedicated to posting sensitive media. Your account may be permanently suspended if the majority of your activity on Twitter is sharing sensitive media. So where does this lie? Right? Where does this lie? You're telling people there are exceptions, but at the same time, you're telling people if you post too much of this content, meaning to say they allow you to do it, but if you do it too much, they will permanently suspend you. If your account is specifically doing all this, sharing all this content, this type of content. So that is why I said it's a yes or no. It's unclear until, you know, we have a study or we have a data, we have statistics to say how many people have been reported for this sort of sensitive media violation, and how many have been banned, suspended, specifically because they have shared too much of this sort of sensitive media in their account. So yeah, until we can really have a clear idea of how they prioritize these reasons, it's a gray area. In one part they say you can, one part they say you can't, and part they say you have exceptions, and one part they say depends on how much you have posted. How much of this type of content have you posted? So yeah, a very headache way of reading this. For me, it's like just don't do it. Just don't do it, especially if your account is for something like myself. It's for content creation. I needed to share my knowledge, to share my content, to have a platform for people to better educate themselves, to share things that are good for people, and quite literally everything involves is all this I have to do, and can only be able, and I'm only able to do is I make sure I don't break any rules on Twitter. But yeah, that's sensitive media. And I think I also talk about another one, which is the exception or something. We go through these topics that I've already talked about, and we go back to like the step one, how to read rules and policies. Yeah, but I think I read the one that is about public interest or something, a public exception. Where is that? No idea. About public interest exceptions, yes. This one I already talked about. It is very, very much if you think let's say you can say something that's controversial or in violation of rules and policies, the only exception is people who have political interests or governmental bodies and such would be applicable for this public interest exception. I haven't really highlight any of this stuff because I don't think anyone that is listening to me is a public figure. But if you are, the too long didn't read is, even if you say they are saying your tweets, you won't be suspended per se for most of the violations, but still they will take actions to make sure whatever you posted, it has been tagged properly, as in to tell people, hey, this account has violated the rules and policies, but how do you say, they have violated this rules and policy, but they are not removed, so that people would know this political figure has said this and they have violated the rules and regulations, and it is up to anyone has read this to make proper and serious consideration whatever they post, to believe them or not, to reconsider their views for this person, all that stuff. That's why they put it. Oop. What? What? Melon? What are you objecting? Do you have something to ask? Do you have something to say about this? Hey, Jack. Jack the Cream. Just looking? No problem. Just listen. It's all right. But if you do have any questions, feel free to ask. All right? Feel free to ask. But yeah, political figures, you are free to say whatever you like, but still, you're going to be responsible. Twitter quite literally is like, I'm not removing this, but I'm telling everyone you're a liar, you're spreading misinformation or something like that. So I think this is a really good way of Twitter handling this sort of type of tweets, which is if let's say Twitter just deleted them, nobody would know they say this controversial stuff, and people would still believe they are like nothing is wrong with whatever they have said. Oh no. Let me see. Let's put up actual Ace Attorney music that is appropriate. You should take lunch break soon. Maybe. We'll see. If I'm starting to become hungry, most likely. But then if I do take a break, it's gonna be a long break because I don't think I have a lot of stuff to eat at home, so I have to go out for a bit, get some lunch, come back, eat, and only get back from my break. So yeah, I'll try to do this as long as I can, probably for another 30 minutes or an hour, and we'll take a break. So yeah, that I won't be talking about public interest exceptions because this is something we already covered and is not really relevant to a lot of people. But do take note that is the reasons why some violations of rules and policy, even though that happened, the tweet is still up. It's because of this reason. It's because there's a public interest exception. But the public interest exception, this doesn't mean that they have not violated the these rules, but more like they did, and we are exposing them. We are making sure this is controlled. So whenever a tweet has this type of tweet has violated the rules, the only thing they will do is let you see them. They won't let you share the tweet. They won't let you spread even more misinformation to other people, which is good. But unfortunately, talking about misinformation, I think we'll go to that misinformation because that is another very, very common thing that Twitter is famous for, spreading misinformation. So yeah, that's something I think I will get into. But of course, let's read the first page in regards to Twitter's rules, all right? Let's see why do they have rules? Twitter's purpose is to serve the public conversation. Violence, harassment, and other types of similar types of behavior discourage people from expressing themselves and ultimately diminish the value of global public conversation. Our rules are to ensure all people can participate in the public conversation freely and safely. So that seems to be the purpose of having rules in Twitter, to make sure everyone has a say in whatever they can, equal say in the Twitter space, right? They don't want people to be harassed or be violent, so that those words, those people's voice are silenced or reduced. So apparently that's the purpose. I should stop reading Twitter drama. It really damages my brain cells. If you're specifically like, I do understand. I do understand why it is very unhealthy. unhealthy to read through Twitter threads because anyone can say things. It's like Facebook. Anyone can say anything, whether it has any value in it. So inevitably that you will read tweets that is like nonsensical or outright controversial or outright offensive. And it really reduces your brain cell. Yes, it really reduces your brain cells. So most of the time, how I go through Twitter drama is really quickly reading them. In the sense that I read the main one that everyone is retweeting or sharing. Then I'll see what is some of the people's opinion, at least the ones that are like replying to the tweet. I was like, quickly read through. If they say something very pointless, skip. Most time I'm just skipping. But most time I see the way how Twitter does this is if let's say you follow someone, they will most likely if the person that you follow, and if that person has replied to that tweet, they will show you that person's tweet as well. I mostly look at those tweets. I don't look at a lot of random people's comments or replies. So because those are the ones that I quote unquote care more about, see what their opinions are and see how they are as a person. It is one way to try to figure out if a person is, if a person is someone that you would like to interact with, be comfortable with, such. Twitter is just like 5 years old arguing. Yes, a lot of it is, unfortunately. Which is why I don't use Facebook, or I don't use Facebook at all for a lot of reasons. And one of it is because over there it is even worse. Because that's like one of the oldest social media. Yeah, Facebook, even though I think there's like the only other social media that would let you share things about your personal life and stuff, but it is also the place where a lot of the older generations use. And a lot of the older generations are quite conservative in terms of their thinking, culture, traditions, and religion. So they have absolutely zero, like most of the internet, they have absolutely zero filters. Facebook still alive? Yes. Still dominated by the older generation. And of course, weirdly, younger people. A lot of the young generations at least use Facebook, and they use Facebook is because their parents use Facebook, and the accounts they make is because the parents made the accounts for them. And yeah, social media platforms is not the best place to have a proper discussion, is all I'm gonna say. Even the only if you're asking me which I would recommend Reddit. And even then, you need to still be critical. You still have to be skeptical whatever the people are talking about or trying to make a statement. You have to make sure whether it's real or untrue. But most of the time, the ones that have been upvoted, the ones that are getting a lot of likes and stuff, is the ones that you should read first. Then the next type of comments is the ones that have been downvoted to negatives. Those are the ones that you also have to look at. That is how I browse Reddit posts, to have a more of a neutral stance, to understand both sides, right? We all know that a lot of subreddits are like echo chambers. But echo chambers doesn't mean that all the opposing opinions have been thoroughly deleted. Some allow them. The only thing is that they are down below, unseen, because they have been downvoted by the people who are supporting the subreddit, in a sense. The Reddit arguments is top tier. I like them. They even include source. Unbelievable. Yes, it's one of the things that I like about Reddit, is that it's like a proper forum. A proper forum with moderators. That's one thing, all right? Why Reddit is different from other social media is that there are people moderating the groups, whereas Facebook or Twitter, there's no sort of a moderation, or at least one that can be done on an individual basis, right? There's so many Facebook groups, so many of them are like very radical, very violent, in a sense, or it's like very discriminative, very misinformative. A lot of it spreads misinformation. A lot of it is expressing hatred against certain groups of people. I'm not sure how it is like right now, Facebook. But I don't think it has gotten any better. Last time I went into Facebook to read through those news pages, the how do you say, the news companies or whatever. It's a lot of the comments is still bad, still biased. There's no proper conversations to be had between opposing thoughts. So yeah, Reddit all the way for me. And I really don't like people having, I mean, if my bias probably, most likely my bias, I have to admit that, is, there are people who don't like Reddit, and that is their discretion. But to say that Reddit is similar or the same as Facebook or places like what is called 4chan or like Green Text or whatever, what those really, really horrible places where there's no filters at all. Don't compare Reddit to those platforms. The only problem you have is you are not really focusing on the places that you should be focusing on, right? Reddit, if you want a better experience with Reddit, go to subreddits that are science focused, that are how do you say, science focused, rationally focused, like or wholesome things, or things that are neutral in a sense, like news and global situation, global awareness of certain things, like all those stuff, or like how do you say, certain communities like the LGBTQI plus communities, whether it's for the people who are transgender, the people who are bisexual, all these are very useful to learning how everyone thinks. Even in religious subreddits, right? The proper ones, not the ones that are like arguing totally in one stance, like religion is bad, or atheists are bad, or atheists are good, or religion is good, anything like that. Go find a subreddit. It is really literally to discuss about a topic, and not trying to have people talk bad of certain groups of people. Those are the ones that you should find. Those are the ones that you should look for to be able to have a unbiased, or at least different perspectives of how people live through their life, of what their troubles are, of what their issues are, and what they're happy about being, who they are. All that is very informative. People who hate Reddit never really uses Reddit anyway. I'm not saying any names, all right? I'm not saying names, but I know mutuals that don't like Reddit. And unfortunately, I don't know. There are some people that, because of that, they have a strong opinion against them. It's like, I avoid them. You would probably never know who. You probably never know who. But there are people who I no longer really interact with. It's because of a how do you say? It's like having, yeah, it's like me talking bad about Facebook, but without actually experiencing the entirety of it, or actually trying to see the pros of it. Like, let's say right now we will talk about the pros of using Facebook. What are the pros of using Facebook? There is. Let me think. There is. Your family uses Facebook, right? Most likely your family uses Facebook. So that's the only way to sometimes keep in contact with your family. Because a lot of people don't move on from other social platforms, as they don't use other platforms to communicate. So if you want to stay with contact with your family or friends, just use it for that, for communication. If you're thinking about local groups and such, to join some sort of local groups or activities like sports or hobbies and stuff, maybe you can use Facebook for that. But then again, it depends on the group, right? It could be bad, or could be biased. You have to be skeptical. You have to be critical of those kind of groups. But yeah, local groups, activities that you want to join, yes, go for Facebook. I think you should keep your parents away from Facebook before they join weird Facebook groups. Unfortunately, at least for my father, I don't think I can't really stop anything. It's not, and also it's not my position to stop people from using or discouraging them from using. They are very, very grown up adults. The only thing is, if let's say they did something wrong and is sharing within the family, then yes, I'll step in to say, no, that's not right. Please look at this source, look at this article explaining things better, or debunking this misinformation that you're sharing. And yes, that's pretty much my extent in trying to educate my family, because they know better. Yeah, Facebook, there's some pros, but then there's so much more cons that I don't think it's worth it. But compared to Reddit, right? Going back to Reddit, cons. What are the cons? Echo chamber. But then again, everywhere there's an echo chamber. I would consider my stream, my platform, is some sort of echo chamber as well. The echo chamber in the sense that I want people to think for themselves critically and fact check themselves. People might not like that idea, right? Which I have to acknowledge, that some people would rather have other people decide for themselves, or have some higher being decide for themselves, or based on religion, based on culture, based on tradition, to decide things. I have to acknowledge that there are that kind of people. But it doesn't mean they are wrong, right? Doesn't mean they're wrong. It's just that we have different perspectives in lives. The only problem I would have with different perspectives in life is that if your beliefs, if your perspectives, if your actions are harming or encroaching towards my space in a practical in the practical sense, right? Advocating for violence, advocating for discrimination, advocating for hatred, harassment, all those stuff, based on your perspective, based on what you think is right or wrong, is not right. It's something that I would disagree and would not allow to not allow to propagate, to fester. But yeah, Reddit, even though there's echo chambers in it, as long as you know what you're looking for, as long as you go towards, look for the positive side of all this, the section of the Reddit, which is a lot, right? There's a lot of subreddits that are very good for people to look at, to have a more positive outlook in life. I can say for a few examples already, there are like subreddits that people post a lot of wholesome stories, people helping each other, people being understanding of each other's pain, suffering, doing kind things for people. Those subreddits, follow them, read those posts, get into those conversations. Most of it is going to be good, right? Most of the people that talk about things in those subreddits is going to be uplifting. Best of Reddit updates. No, that is it's Isaac. That is one of the more of on the side of drama. If you like drama, yeah, those are the subreddits you are going to be looking up. And the drama involves negativity, and if you want to be drowned in negativity, and so be it. It is your discretion. It is your freedom. But for me, I don't follow any of those. I only happen to see them if they are like in the popular section of subreddit. That's where I get my quote-unquote global news that is happening around the world. For me personally, my own selections of subreddits I have of course Malaysia. I need to follow up on whatever is happening from time to time in the political scene, as well as certain subjects and on how Malaysians think of them. They have a lot of the wholesome stuff, pets, pictures of pets, pictures of like the, or I don't know how to yeah, AWWW or subreddit as actually uplifting news subreddit, which they post news that is talking about doing good, people doing good, so that's good. Then there's also, I actually follow Justice Served because I want to, I'm a very, how do you say, I want people who do the wrong things to be how would you say, properly punished in a sense. So I like that kind of thing, like kind of news where the criminals or the people who do wrong don't get away. They get what they have been done to them. I don't necessarily think they deserve it, but you know, it is something that is a natural consequence of whatever their actions are. And I like that subreddit as well. There's also subreddits, literally that is the name of the subreddit is wholesome, or there's a subreddit it's called Hellsome. Basically the Reddit is like a lot of positive stuff, but instead of like normal things, it's more like comics or some sort of art that expresses some sort of a demonic being or monstrous being kind, being wholesome, being generous and all that, being lovingly and all that. I like that kind of a content as well. There's also there's a lot of like pets, a lot of animal kind of subreddits. Those are the wholesome stuff. Then the scientific part, the educational part of Reddit is yeah, that is another thing I like. I learn a lot of see a lot of articles talking about scientific discoveries, scientific advancements, and studies and such, all through Reddit. Very nice. Instant regret. No, I don't follow those. Those, if they appear in the popular, I watch those. None of my the ones I actually join is all this like how do you say, funny or popular, trending, or shocking, or all this stuff. All those stuff is popular. The ones I join is like educational. I even have a documentary subreddit. I join a documentary subreddit. I join space subreddit. I join literally science subreddit, or ask science subreddit, or there's the cute kind of educational stuff. Literally is educational subreddit. I have a lot. There's also, I joined autism Reddit. I want to learn about that. Through that subreddit, I've learned a lot of things about that. We're trying to see if I still continue to see if the people going through the personal people, the people that are autistic, their experiences and everything, their questions, their what worries, whether it is applicable to me. And most of the time it is applicable to me. But then again, I'm not diagnosed. But in a sense, learning what the symptoms are is like learning how I am. So it's whether or not I am autistic or not, it's a very good introspective way, introspection method to learn about myself. Yeah, most of it watch on populars. I only follow whole life and virtual YouTubers. Oh, I've never heard of that. But yeah. Proper way to read, to browse Reddit. Don't go to the ones that are like just talking about the bad stuff in life. They are going in the wrong space already. Anyhow, man, too much about that. Anyways, let's try and go through the first page. All right, try to go through the first page. Safety. So apparently there's four main categories: safety, privacy, authenticity, and enforcement and appeals. Enforcement and appeals, I think we don't have to really talk about it, right? It's when the worst case scenario has happened, then you read this. you violated the rules and you got banned or anything, then you read that. Mostly to support individual VTuber. I found Puri in there. Oh, is that so? Do you know about that? Yeah. Quite interestingly, a lot of like streamers got popular because their clips or something happened to them were posted on Reddit. I recently saw one that is about this really small I think just streamer, but because someone like posted a clip, a video of them trying to be kind to this streamer, which had absolutely no following and such. Talk to this streamer. It was very wholesome. I think it was one of the wholesome subreddits as well. And from that, I think not just from there, probably a spread, not in just Reddit. This streamer has, I think, more than 20,000 followers now. From I think having just a few, now she has 20,000 followers, which is a very nice gesture for people to be able to do that. Right, so anyway, safety. Violence. You may not threaten violence against any individual. Okay, I'll read the subcategories of this, and if we, how do you say, understand it, if I understand it, I would assume you would understand it as well, right? Just by the word. Violence. Terrorism, violent extremism, child sexual exploitation, abuse, harassment, hateful conduct, perpetrators of violent attacks, suicide or self-harm, sensitive media including, okay, this one I've already done, illegal or certain regulated goods or services, all right, private information. You may not publish or post other people's private information such as home phone number and address without their express authorization and permission. We also prohibit threatening to expose private information or incentivizing others to do so. Private information. This one I think I will have to learn this, right? I think safety here. The only thing I probably want to learn about is this one. Oops. Perpetrators of violent attacks, suicide, sensitive, illegal, certain regulated goods. You may not use our service for unlawful purpose or in furtherance of illegal activities. Includes selling, buying, facilitating transactions in illegal goods or services as certain types of regulated. Okay, this is, don't need to really read about that. Non-consensual nudity. You may not post or share intimate photos or videos of someone that were produced or distributed without their consent. Authenticity. What's authenticity? Platform manipulation and spam. Okay. You may not use Twitter services in a manner intended to artificially amplify or suppress information or engage in behavior that manipulates or disrupts people's experience on Twitter. This one I have to see. What does this actually... Oops. Civic integrity. You may not use Twitter services for the purpose of manipulating or interfering in elections or other civic processes. Oh, okay. This includes posting or sharing content that may suppress participation or mislead people about when, where, or how to participate in a civic process. I think this is also something we need to learn about because, one, Malaysia is going to be get the elections, general elections coming from Malaysia, and I think the US as well. I feel like yes, but no at the same time. I'm not sure. Is the US getting an election soon? Holding in general election soon. Anyhow, misleading and deceptive identities. You may not impersonate individuals, groups, or organizations to mislead, confuse, or deceive others, nor use a fake identity in a manner that disrupts the experience of others on Twitter. This one I also want to learn. Synthetic and manipulated media. You may not deceptively share synthetic or manipulated media that are likely to cause harm. In addition, we may label tweets containing synthetic and manipulated media to help people understand their authenticity and to provide additional context. This one I would like to learn as well. Copyright and trademark. Yes. Let's learn again. Always learn trademarks and copyrights. Because you know why? Content creators. Right, so we'll be looking through all this now. It's 1 p.m. 1 p.m. Should I take a break now? Yeah, I think I should take a break. I should take a break before I get into all this. So yeah, we'll be talking about all these things. platform manipulation spam policy, civic integrity policy, misleading and deceptive identities policy, synthetic and manipulated media policy, trademark policy, copyright policy, hateful contact policy, private information media policy. All this stuff we'll try to talk all this, probably not too long, but we'll get all of them, hopefully. So yeah, for now I don't think I've gotten any questions, so yeah, I'll be taking a break now. Yeah, so we're back. We're talking about Twitter's rules and policy, and we're going to get into the other topics that we have specified that we will go through specifically. Man, what am I saying? But yeah, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. All right, I'm always here. And yeah, I'm very full now. I had some a lot of noodles as well as meat, a lot of minced meat, a lot of cut meat, sliced meat, and also meatballs, a lot of meat for very cheap price of 8 ringgit, including, oh wait, not 8 ringgit, 7 ringgit and 50 cents, very cheap. So yeah, where was I? Well, I don't think, nope, no questions. All right, man, anyone, whoever is listening to me, you're all very smart. We have no questions for me at all. Very knowledgeable. Anyhow, let's start with platform manipulation and spam policy. So this is something I think, I don't know, can this be something applicable to the bots that we usually see on Twitter? Yeah, let's see. I mean, the bots that keep annoying me. Let's see if there's a rule against this type of accounts. You may not use Twitter services in a manner intended to artificially amplify or suppress information or engage in behavior that manipulates or disrupts people's experience on Twitter. Right, what does that mean? We want Twitter to be a place where people can make human connections, find reliable information, and express themselves freely and safely. To make that possible, we do not allow spam or other types of platform manipulation. Oh, very windy. Door almost slammed. Good thing I had that door. Ooh. Okay, door slammed in another place. But yeah, it was very windy today, but still very hot. Okay, anyhow, let's continue. To make that possible, we do not allow spam or other types of platform manipulation. We define platform manipulation as using Twitter to engage in bulk, aggressive or deceptive activity that misleads others and or disrupts their experience. Platform manipulation can take many forms, and our rules are intended to address a wide range of prohibited behavior, including commercially motivated spam that typically aims to drive traffic or attention from a conversation on Twitter to accounts, websites, products, services, or initiatives. Inauthentic engagements that attempt to make accounts or content appear more popular or active than they are. Coordinated activity that attempts to artificially influence conversations through the use of multiple accounts, fake accounts, automation and or scripting, and coordinated harmful activity that encourages or promotes behavior which violates the Twitter rules. So I would assume this is what it's describing, those JSFAX bots. They are technically accounts that are kind of bot-ish. They're not necessarily bots, right? This rule doesn't mean that it only applies to accounts that seems to be controlled by bots. But anyone that has control over the accounts to do these things, which exactly what those JSFX bots are doing, manipulating people into trying to use their services, go to their accounts, and yeah, not really genuine, inauthentic engagements. I would say inauthentic engagements, yes. Commercially motivated spam, yes. Not so much about coordinated activity. I'm not so certain about this. And coordinated harmful activity, I don't think so as well. I've not encountered this kind of behavior on Twitter. I'm not sure. Relatively speaking, I have not really used Twitter, or how do you say, often. Before I debuted, I actually don't use Twitter for a long time. There was one time I used it for my personal quote-unquote blogging, but never more. It's, oh man, using Twitter to as your blog is super unhealthy. It's something I how do you say, realized during my college time. Very unhealthy to literally just want to express whatever is in my mind, and it's not a good place. Not a good place. Social media, social platforms is not a good place to talk about. At least for me, I guess. I'm not sure if anyone else has a good experience in blogging and such, but myself, I don't. It's not a way to release pent up negative energy. I don't know how to describe it. Basically, it's all this stuff that's in your mind, in your heart. You're thinking about it, feeling about it. There's nowhere else to tell. You can't tell you don't want, or you can't tell the people around you, and yeah, resort to using these social platforms to express your mind. But unfortunately, that I found out that it's not what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for is for someone to listen to me, and if if I'm unable to feel that, or be aware or understand that are people watching me, I would be like, ugh, it is pointless. Literally, as I always said, it's like talking to a wall. It's like me right now if I'm not streaming. Literally talking to my monitor. It's like that's not how I would say is healthy at all. Many post things like that on Twitter though, yes, and that's why people, a lot of people have posted this within the VTuber community, is that do not try to use if let's say you're a content creator, right? You're a content creator, you're someone supposed to bring entertainment, bring some sort of a value in your content to other people. You have to try to reduce that type of tweets, right? Because one, it doesn't really help you in a sense of building an image that you want people to see you as. If let's say your entire tweet content is like 80% you complaining certain things, ranting about certain things, just generally talking about things that make people sad or make people make people anger or frustrate people, or literally all those negative emotions, then most likely it's not something people want to see, something people want to read. So naturally, people will avoid you. People will avoid trying to interact with you, especially if it's like you say all these things, right? And people offer a hand to comfort you or advise you or make you feel better, cheer you up and such. But as time goes by, you continue to act, to behave in such a way. It is also detrimental to your relationships. It's like people have feelings as well. People are trying to reach out to you, trying to help you, but all attempts seems to have failed. All their help seems to not be affecting you and all, and you continue to spiral down into this a never-ending depression or never-ending emotional roller coaster. So you will drive off a lot of different types of people that is looking to interact with you for one reason or another. So yeah, that's why it's not good. But again, it's not good for a lot of reasons. I don't think there's a lot of positive side to it. From my experience, at least from my experience. I'm not sure how people feel about it in terms of using Twitter as a place to emotionally dump your your grievances in a public space. Maybe for individual people, that's fine. But we are talking about content creators like myself. I try to keep it a minimum. I try to keep these kind of sort of thoughts within control, within limits. Try to turn it into some type of positive thing to talk about, right? Like I think a couple of days I talk about this in terms of my mental health in using Twitter. You see this very often. I see this very often amongst my mutual as well, where they try to be positive, but eventually they, because of using the platform too much, exposing themselves too much with the platform, it has a double-edged effect. It actually deteriorates your mental health because of how social interactions work in Twitter. For example, whenever you're tweeting something, if let's say you tweet a lot and you don't seem to be getting a lot of engagement with your tweets, you don't know why, even though whatever you said has been rather normal. It's not controversial or anything, but just because of that, right? People not interacting with your tweets, you might be feeling what is life? Why you feel like nobody cares about you. You feel like nobody is listening to you. And the more the more you use social platforms like that, longer you stay in that space, the more doubts you will have. Which is what I'm saying is through my own experience. It is what I feel whenever I use any social platform, even if it's Discord as well, or any other place. But for me, it's just Discord or Twitter. This is the only two platforms I am very active in. So if I stay too long in those places and really quite literally just talking to myself, I'll go insane. So yeah, that's one problem, right? Other than being a content creator, the other problem is mental health. Continuous, consistent and regular use of Twitter or social platforms is not good. Is what I'm trying to say. Anyhow, continuing. So what is in violation of this policy? Under this policy, we prohibit a range of behaviors in the following areas. So these are kind of examples. Multiple accounts and coordination. You can't mass register Twitter accounts or use automation to create Twitter accounts. You can't artificially amplify or disrupt conversations, through the use of multiple accounts or coordinating with others to violate the Twitter rules. Okay, I don't think this is it. I don't think it happens often. This is more of a against those people who try to use bots, and I don't think I ever really experienced this or I've witnessed this happening. Selamat malam, Jake. Oh, no problem, Arion. Good night. Good night. Have a good rest, and I'll probably see you when when it is my nighttime when it comes. But yeah, good night. Good night. So what are the examples? Overlapping accounts, operating multiple accounts with overlapping use cases, such as identical or similar personas or substantially similar content. Mutually interacting accounts, operating multiple accounts that interact with one another in order to inflate or manipulate the prominence of specific tweets or accounts. Okay, so alright, this is understandable. Meaning to say you're just creating different accounts with different personas, but all these accounts is doing just to drive up the numbers. Okay. Coordination, creating multiple accounts to post duplicative content or create fake engagement, including posting identical or substantially similar tweets or hashtags from multiple accounts you operate. So yeah, all of this is like one person doing everything. But if let's say the usual normal networking that we do on Twitter, it's fine. It's very, very fine. Like you and I sharing a specific account, a Twitter account of their content is fine. It wouldn't be considered violation of this policy, which is platform manipulation. We aren't exactly coordinating with each other unless there's some conspiracy happening. We are like part of a part of a secret organization. Nah, don't believe those things. Posting engaging retweets, likes, mention Twitter posts repeatedly with the same tweets or accounts from multiple accounts that you operate. Coordinating with or compensating others to engage in artificial engagement or amplification, even if the people you involve use only one account. Coordinating with others to engage in or promote violations of the Twitter rules, including violations of our abusive behavior policy. Alright. So the retweet bots won't fall under this, in a sense, because retweet bots are kind of a neutral position. They don't specifically target any type of accounts. They only specifically target tags, hashtags. So yeah, I guess that is within compliance of this policy. Yeah. Engagement and metrics. You can't artificially inflate your own or other followers' own or engagement. So what does artificial mean? Selling, purchasing tweets or account metric inflation. Selling or purchasing followers or engagement. Okay. Apps, using or promoting third-party services or apps that claim to add followers or add engagement to tweets. Reciprocal inflation, trading or coordinating to exchange follows or tweet engagement, including but not limited to participation in follow trains, stacks, and retweet for retweet behavior. Wait. What is this? This is something interesting. This sounds like those follow for follow thing. Reciprocal inflation, trading, coordinating to exchange follows or tweet engagements, including but not limited to participation in follow train, stacks, and retweet for retweet behavior. Ah. You see? We really should read all these rules and policy. So apparently, with this one, with how they describe this as an example to, inflate your own or others followers or engagement. Meaning to say those kind of tweet isn't good, right? Follow for follow kind of thing. Specifically for tweets though. So this is more like those, yeah. What am I trying to say? Basically, those tweets that are like pretending to be, not pretending to be, outright do this and I'll follow you back kind of tweets. I think this is in violation of that one, right? Reciprocal inflation, trading or coordinating to exchange follows or Twitch engagements. So follows or Twitch engagements means anything. Could mean anything in regards to tweets. Oh, this is interesting. So people technically can report you if you're doing this. Now we've learned something new. Alright, we'll keep this in mind. But at the moment, from my interpretation, it seems that yes, you can't do the follow for follow thing on Twitter. You can ask people to retweet your tweet, but not in exchange for anything. So that is what it's trying to say, right? You can't sell, you can't purchase, you can't use apps, you can't use this sort of exchange thing, and also you can't account transfers or sales, selling, purchasing, trading, or offering the sale, purchase, or trade of Twitter accounts, username, or temporary access to Twitter accounts. So yeah, apparently this is also not legal. I think I've seen some, not a lot, that people are like, they do want to sell their model, but they don't sell their account. So I guess, yeah, it doesn't happen often. Account transfers doesn't happen often. But yeah, this thing, reciprocal inflation. Keep that in mind, content creators using Twitter as a way to increase your number. Anyhow, next, misuse of Twitter product features. Can misuse Twitter product features to disrupt others' experience. Sending bulk, aggressive, high volume unsolicited replies, mentions, or direct messages, posting and deleting the same content repeatedly posting identical or nearly identical tweets, or repeatedly sending identical direct messages, repeatedly posting tweets or sending direct messages consisting of links shared without commentary, so that this comprises the bulk of your tweet direct message activity. And tweet an existing phrase or content in a duplicative manner, whether individually or in concert with other accounts. Learn more in our copy pasta and duplicate content policy. Okay, so this is, I guess, spam. It sounds like spam. This is spam, right? Following, yeah. So spam is very dangerous. If let's say your account has been, if you're intentional to spam, but apparently you got hacked or something, your password was stolen and people were using your account to spam things, it might get you in trouble with Twitter if it was reported. Follow churn, following and then unfollowing large numbers of accounts in an effort to inflate one's own follower count. Ooh, this is a thing as well, okay? To indiscriminate following and or unfollowing a large number of unrelated accounts in a short time period. Oh yeah, this happens. This does happen, right? I'm pretty sure, yes. This has happened to people. Duplicating another's account's followers, particularly using automation. Right, so follow churn. Following and then unfollowing numbers of accounts in an effort to inflate one's own following account. This is a very common thing that does happen, but how do you prove it? Right? Because in the first place, you have to report this. Someone literally have to be noticing, like keeping track of your follower accounts every day, something like that, to notice that you are doing something like that. right? And indiscriminate following or unfollowing a large number of unrelated accounts in a short period of time, particularly by automated means. So those, yeah, this is something I see that happens on Twitter. For those that are like specifically their roles are VTuber supporters. They mass follow people and mass retweet people, and that probably isn't going to be good if someone was to like suspect you for doing something that is in violation of this one, platform manipulation, which I guess it doesn't matter what your reason is or not, whether your reason is for your own good or for other VTubers. Apparently no, you can't follow people too much. You can't follow too many people in a short time period. All right, interesting. Engagement: aggressively or automatically engaging with tweets to drive traffic or attention to accounts, websites, products, service, or initiatives. Aggressively adding users to lists or moments. What do you mean by aggressive though? It's like copy paste replies or something? Hashtags: using a trending or popular hashtag with an intent to subvert or manipulate a conversation or to drive traffic or attention to accounts, websites, products, services, or initiatives. And tweeting with excessive unrelated hashtags in a single tweet or across multiple tweets. Okay, I think this is, people do this. Now that I'm reading all these rules and policies, the advices that I've been hearing in how to tweet a tweet makes it seem like, yeah, there's some basis to it, because over here it talks about using hashtags, and if you use too much hashtags that's not related, it'll get you in trouble. And if you're not even getting in trouble, maybe, as what people have said, it doesn't help you with getting this gift discovered. Interesting. Anyways, URLs: publishing or linking to malicious content intended to damage or disrupt another person's browser, malware, or computer, or to compromise a person's privacy. Phishing: and posting misleading or deceptive links, affiliate links, and clickjacking links. Okay. What is not a violation of this policy? Posting links without commentary occasionally. Okay. Coordinating with others to express ideas, viewpoints, support, or opposition towards a cause, provided such behavior does not result in violation of the Twitter rules. Alright. Yeah, so this is something encouraged. Operating multiple accounts with distinct identities, purposes, or use cases. These accounts may interact with one another provided they don't violate other rules. Some examples include organizations with related but separate chapters or branches, such as a business with multiple locations. Alright. Operating a personal account in addition to pseudonymous accounts, or accounts associated with your hobbies or initiatives. And hobby artistic bots? What does this mean? Or hobby artistic bots? No idea. Very strange. Hobby or artistic bots. Is it a bot that just posts arts or what? Posts things that made by other people? Who can report violations of this policy? Anyone can. How can I report violation of this policy? This is. What happens if you violate? Anti-spam challenges. When we detect suspicious levels of activity, accounts may be locked and prompted to provide additional information. All right, so this is understandable. So they do have some sort of a automated system that detects certain things like spam. Deny listing URLs. We deny lists or provide warnings about URLs we believe to be unsafe. Read more about unsafe links, including how to appeal if we've falsely identified your URL as unsafe. Tweet deletion and temporary accounts lock. Permanent suspension. Alright, good. We're done with one now. So yeah, we learned apparently you can't do the follow for follow, retweet for retweet kind of thing. You can't do the follow churn or indiscriminate following, so you can't mass follow people in a short amount of period of time. Short time period. Alright. So that, and also you can't use too much hashtags. Interesting. Now we are moving on to civic integrity policy. October 2021. You may not use Twitter services for the purpose of manipulating or interfering in elections or other civic processes. This includes posting, sharing, mislead people about when, where, or how to participate in the civic process. This one I think is similar to YouTube. Only YouTube has it. The only other community guidelines I've read, Twitch doesn't have this, because I think they have a strict thing about political figures using Twitch to further their causes or something like that. So yeah. Political elections, censuses, major referenda, and ballot initiatives. What is in violation of this policy? Misleading information on how to participate, suppression and intimidation, misleading information about outcomes, false or misleading affiliation. Why is not a violation of this policy? Inaccurate statements about an elected or appointed official, candidate, or political party, or organic content that is polarizing, biased, hyperpartisan, contains controversial viewpoints expressed about elections or politics, discussion of public polling information, voting and audience participation for competition, game shows, or other entertainment purposes, using Twitter pseudonymously or as a parody, commentary, or fan account to discuss elections or politics. Alright. Who can report violations? Accurate reporting of suspected violation of this requires information and knowledge specific to an election or civic process. Therefore, we enable reporting of false and misleading information about civic processes in advance of major events for people located in the relevant countries and locations. We also work with select government and civil society partners in these countries to provide additional channels for reporting and expedited review. Alright, so apparently if anyone is using Twitter in violation, like spread of misleading information on how to participate, suppress, and intimidation, or misleading information about outcomes, and also false and misleading affiliation, this would mean that they are violating this policy. Right, so there's one way we can, as we all know, elections is coming, at least for Malaysia. This is something we should probably be wary about if we are, like, I don't know, following people that are posting a lot of political stuff. We have to see if they are, we have to be careful, right? Whether they are doing, whatever they are telling people, is it misinformation or not? Alright, so that's it for this one. What happens if you violate this policy? Tweet deletion, profile modification. Require you to remove this content. We also, okay, temporarily lock you out of the account before you can tweet again. Labeling. In circumstances where we do not remove content which violates this policy, we may provide additional context on Twitch, sharing content where they appear on Twitter. Yeah, so if something was, you say something wrongly and you are some sort of political figure, as we have learned, the public interest exceptions, your tweet your tweets might not be removed, but they will label it to warn people of the content they are looking at is true or false or all that stuff. Account logs and permanent suspension. Right. Oh no! Yawning. Oh shit! Why am I tired? No, I can't be tired. But we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How wonderful! 6 policies to look through. But okay, let's quickly go through here. Misleading and deceptive identities policy. I think this is something that happens as often as well. A lot of within the VTuber community, at least, people are impersonate other VTubers. That is the sort of drama it keeps happening for some reason, and I don't know. You would think that is very hard to impersonate someone, but apparently not. I mean, it's not easy to find out earlier, I would say, because as connected as a video community is, there's a lot of things that it's impossible to find out until someone recognizes it and informs you, the person that has been impersonated, about its situation. So yeah. You may not impersonate individuals, groups, or organizations to mislead, confuse, or deceive others, nor use a fake identity in a manner that disrupts the experience of others on Twitter. We want Twitter to be a place where people can find authentic voices. Means one should be able to trust that the person or organization featured in an account's profile genuinely represents the account owner. While you are not required to display your real name or image on your profile, your account should not engage in impersonation or pose as someone who doesn't exist in order to deceive others. Accounts that use deceptive identities can create confusion, as well as undermine the integrity of conversations on Twitter. For this reason, you may not misappropriate the identity of another person, group, or organization, or create a fake identity for deceptive purposes. Right. What is a misleading or deceptive identity? So apparently, one of the main elements of an identity or Twitter is an account profile, which includes a username, a handle, account name, profile image, and bio. An account's identity is deceptive under this policy if it uses false profile information to represent itself as a person or an entity that is not associated with the account owner, such that it may mislead others who use Twitter. Okay. Deceptive identities may feature the likeness of another person, organization in a manner that confuses others about account's affiliation. Fake identities, which may use stolen or computer-generated photos, fabricated names to pose as a person or organization that doesn't exist, are also considered deceptive when they engage in disruptive or manipulative behavior. Alright. What is in violation? Compose an existing person, group, organization in a confusing or deceptive manner. Deceptive fake identities. Can use fake identity to disrupt the experience of others on Twitter. Using fake accounts in conjunction with other behaviors that violate Twitter rules will result in stricter enforcement actions. This includes operating fake accounts, engage in spam, interfere in civic processes, carry out financial scams, artificially inflate engagement, or abuse and harass others. Common features of fake accounts include stalk or stolen profile photos, particularly those depicting other people, stalk, stolen, or copied profile bios, and/or intentionally misleading profile information such as profile location. How do we review accounts under this policy? We consider some of the following factors when determining whether an identity is deceptive. Does the profile portray the account holder? Does the profile portray another person, group, or organization? Is the account intended to deceive others? Why is not a violation of this policy? Accounts that share your name but have no other commonalities. Accounts with usernames, account names, or appearances that are similar to others on Twitter. Using Twitter pseudonymously. Okay. Parody, commentary, or fan accounts that comply with our policy for such accounts. Okay. Okay, all the same thing. So that's it for impersonation. There's not much to talk about this one. But then again, yes, it is a thing that happens often in Twitter. So really, if you see people do that, this is a violation of the rules and policy. So if you see it, report it, all right? Report it. For the better of the, at least within the community, right? Right, let's move on. Synthetic and manipulated media policy. Wait, is this the same thing? No, it's not the same thing as the one I looked through. You may not share synthetic, manipulated, or out of context media that may deceive or confuse people and lead to harm. Misleading media. In addition, we may label tweets containing misleading media to help people understand their authenticity and to provide additional context. What is in violation? Including images, videos, audios, GIFs, and all URLs hosting relevant content. Media that is significantly and deceptively altered, manipulated, or fabricated. Right. Shared in a deceptive manner or with false context. Result in widespread confusion on public issues, impact public safety, or cause serious harm. Alright, so this is the misinformation stuff. We use the following criteria as we consider tweets and media for labeling or removal under this policy as part of our ongoing work to enforce our rules and ensure healthy and safe conversations on Twitter. Is the content significantly and deceptively altered, manipulated, or fabricated? Right. Whether the media have been substantially matter. Yeah. So manipulated so that it is not true. Visual, auditory information added, edited, or removed that fundamentally changes the understanding, meaning, or context of the media. Okay, will not take action to label or remove media that have been edited in any way that do not fundamentally alter their meaning, such as retouched photos or recolor corrected videos. In order to determine if media have been significantly and deceptively altered or fabricated, we may use our own technology or receive reports through partnerships with third parties. In situations where we are unable to reliably determine if media have been altered or fabricated, we may not take action to label or remove them. Content shared in deceptive manner. Content is likely to result in widespread confusion. Yeah, I think this is all very obvious things. Good thing they are very thorough with it. Like, well, they talk all about these things, which I don't know. Whenever they say all these examples, I can only think of well, the first stop would be United States, right? Then to any other countries that also does these things. But yeah, unfortunately, for me, in my perspective, from my mind, the United States is the one that is, you're going to be looking at all this stuff happening very often. But yeah, of course, Malaysia has all this stuff as well. But damn, who started it? Who made it so that all these Twitch platforms needed to talk about COVID-19 and stuff, right? Over here as well, COVID-19 misleading information. It has to be so serious that all these websites had to include all these things. Damn. Let me check the doors, man. They keep slamming. I am back. Sorry. The wind, I think they keep blowing different directions for some reason. When they're blowing from the back, door opens up. Blowing from the front, door closes. Alright, anyhow. Well, COVID misinformation is really bad. I would say the worst misinformation that ever happened. Yep. Worst misinformation that happened. We almost shared, in Malaysia, we almost shared the same fate. With United States because of our government wanting to reopen, wanting to lessen the measures preventing the spread of COVID-19, right? That's one thing. Why I say that is because, yeah, the only entity that is able to control misinformation very well is supposed to be the government. The government is supposed to protect us from harm, but if, let's say, the government themselves do not want to protect you, are spreading misinformation themselves, damn, you're dead. You're super dead. Yeah, and the case spikes from 2 digits to 4 digits. Yeah, even for us, 4 digits is like, oh, so high. But America is like, that's like the small numbers. We need bigger numbers. Yes, of the digits are like 5 digits, 6 digits. Oh man, horrible. Yep, very bad. But then again, I think this is only happening because of internet. The internet is getting better. More and more people are getting connected with in the internet, so information spread even easier. Yeah, they even will say they don't care about COVID. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, we have our fair share of anti-vax or conspiracy nuts in Malaysia, but good thing it's not amongst the. There's not too many amongst the Malaysian politicians but the government. It's just that our government is eager to make money, so that they it's like they made decisions to relax the lockdowns or controls too soon, and we suffered because of it, right? Anyhow, right, so what is not considered a violation? Memes or satire, provided these do not cause significant confusion about the authenticity of the media. All right, understandable. Animations, illustrations, and cartoons, provided these do not cause significant confusion about the authenticity of the media as well. Commentary, reviews, opinions, or reactions. Sharing media with edits that only add commentary, reviews, opinions, or reactions allows for further debate and discourse relating to various issues and are not in violation of this policy. Okay. Counter speech. We allow for direct responses to misleading information which seek to undermine its impact by correcting the record, amplifying credible information, and educating the wider community about the prevalence and dynamics of misleading information. Man, this is music to my ears. People should do this more often, right? Provide direct responses against misleading information, which the purpose is to reduce the impact by correcting the misleading information's impact by correcting the record, amplifying credible information, educating the wider community about the prevalence and dynamics of misleading information. This is exactly what I'm doing. When I'm at least from time to time when I'm replying or tweeting on Twitter. So yeah, I encourage everyone to do that. doctored or fake tweets, social media posts, or chat messages. Due to the challenges associated with conclusively verifying whether an alleged tweet, post, or message existed, we generally do not enforce or doctored or fake tweets, social media posts, or chat messages under this policy. Yeah, so this is a problem. Tweets that are like a screenshot, taken as like a screenshot, and then you can't really search that tweet is a problem. So I guess this is a problem to verify whether they are actually real or not. So yeah, this is unfortunately something I guess I understand why it can't be a violation against this policy, because it's impossible to verify it. Anyhow, we enforce this policy in close coordination with trusted partners. So yeah, I'm looking at who can report this, including our partnership with AP and Reuters, other news agencies, public health authorities, and governments. Our team has open lines of communication with various partners to consult and get various media and claims reviewed. In Australia, South Korea, and the US, Twitter has begun testing a new reporting feature that will allow users to report tweets that seem misleading. As part of the experiment, the phrase "it's misleading" will appear as an option when you select Report an Issue. Alright, so apparently this is something that they themselves try to enforce, but it's slowly getting countries to users in specific countries to self-report. Okay. What happens if you violate tweet deletion, labeling, accounts locked? Okay. No suspension? Oh, how kind of them. Anyway, that's it for misinformation. But yeah. I mean, I can talk about this for so many things, right? It's gonna be endless, but it's good to remind people that do not react, do not give a knee-jerk reaction to whatever is being trend popularized. Like right now, the either it is the AI art drama that's happening, or the voice actor Bayonetta drama that's happening. Don't react immediately, right? Do your fact checking, and if you can't find out the truth of things, don't put out your opinions too fast or make decisions too quickly, or else you might regret it. All right, when there are more information coming out in the future. If it doesn't, never mind. It's not your place to make assumptions based on incomplete information. All right. I see so many people like straight up when that voice actor posted that thing to boycott Bayonetta 3. It's like immediately someone in the reply says, "Done. I have refunded my purchase of the Bayonetta 3, pre-order of the Bayonetta 3." It's like, oh wow, so fast. You haven't even heard on the other side. Well, I guess you can always buy back. You can always repurchase your pre-order again. They regret it, but they will repeat it anyway. Not even sure they regret at the first place though. Probably won't, probably will. I mean, there's always people on either side. All right, people that do regret their actions, people that don't regret their actions. In any case, we just need to hope. Hope people learn their lesson. Unfortunately, those kind of a drama is impossible to, I think, impossible for Twitter to enforce anything out of it. Misinformation, because they can't really verify this sort of type of accusations, statements that is made among private entities, in a sense, right? The dispute is between an individual and a private company. Whatever is true or not is for them to, is only they are the ones that will only know, not anyone else. Twitter won't be able to verify this thing. So even if there is misinformation, like how this policy has said, they can't do anything about it. They can't verify it. There's a lot of exception to this one. So it's the use of this policy or the enforcement of this policy is limited. But still, it's better than nothing, I guess. Better than letting people spread misinformation about COVID-19, right? I do hope people still don't have like really racist sentiments on COVID-19, but unfortunately I don't think so. People still do refer COVID-19 as like Corona or something, like or basically like China virus, or like very, very racist stuff. Like simply giving that name to a specific country or specific ethnicity is super wrong and unethical. Anyhow, let's move on. Trademark policy, March 2019. Okay, so this isn't something that is often it comes up, because trademarks is more normally for companies things for companies to worry about. Oh, because of Trump. I mean, I would say if not Trump, it would be anyone else that is like has the same mindset as Trump, right? Literally, his decisions not only affect their country, not only affect United States, it affected the entire entire world, because of he didn't like quarantine people, he didn't stop people from traveling abroad, or didn't stop people from traveling into the country, and just let it continue spread to every other place. So yeah, unfortunately, even if it's not Trump, if let's say it's anyone that is from Trump's party, which I think is the Republican, right? Yeah. It's gonna be the same. Probably not as bad as what if it was Trump, but still, probably still bad. Anyhow, trademark. EU may not violate others' intellectual properties, including copyright and trademark. Okay, so isn't this about trademark? Why are we talking about copyright though? A trademark is a word, logo, phrase, or device that it distinguishes a trademark holder's good or service in the marketplace. Trademark law may prevent others from using a trademark in an unauthorized or confusing manner. So yeah, if anyone doesn't know what a trademark is, it is something like copyright, but used for businesses, right? Like McDonald's phrase of either McDonald's logo itself, the M, or the McDonald's popular phrase, "I'm loving it." They are all trademarks. They have been registered as trademarks. So if anything, anyone wants to try and use their trademarks, their logos and phrases and such, they will be infringing trademarks. Yeah. Using their logos, phrases without their permission. And even if it's somewhat similar, it is similar, or you just phrase it similarly, and you will be in trouble if you are doing any business. But of course, this is a business thing. Wikidon. Yeah, this reminds me of how the Japanese deal with try to avoid trademark violations or infringement in animes. There's so many, or not in just animes, in games as well. I think in Yakuza or all that, they have real life stores. They represent real life stores. It's just that they change the logos, they change the names and such. but still recognizably what they are trying to show as, yes, this is, for example, a famous Japanese shop in a famous Japanese brand is Dododonki. In Yakuza, okay, in entire Yakuza series, there is always this sort of like a convenience store that is similar to Dododonki, right? But instead of Dododonki, they put it as Don Quixote. I think this is also I'm not sure. Is it a real life shop? I don't think so, right? Don Quixote. But in any case, yes, they avoid trademark infringement, but still try to use their similarities in such a way. It's kind of risky, but I guess they haven't got any trouble into that, because you only have trouble if, let's say, they could tell the company that you're using their trademark is affected in any sort of financial or reputational way, right? If you're like trying to sell something, trying to sell a service, trying to sell a product using their logo or phrase, like a very, very similar version of their phrase or logos or words or whatever, then yes, then you will be in trouble. That's brilliant though. It's a loophole. It's not necessarily a loophole. Loophole would mean that I went to make my own McDonald's franchise. I literally just changed the M to W, and then yeah, it's different, but I'm selling something else. No, most likely, if it's too similar, if people could mistake it as McDonald's, you will be in trouble. That's what I actually at least learn a bit on trademark is, yeah, one of the factors is that it is reasonable for a person to believe that whatever you are using, whether it's trademark, phrases or logos or whatever, or a picture or anything like that, if the reasonable person could say that, yeah, that looks like McDonald's to me, or that I've mistaken it I could mistaken it as something from McDonald's, then yes, you will be in trouble. It will be considered infringement on the intellectual property. Anyhow, I guess this isn't really a long one, because this is something that they don't want to really explain too much, since it's something in regards to law, something in regards to intellectual property laws. So yeah, they only talk about this. No examples, no nothing. What is in violation of this policy? Using another's trademark in a way that may mislead or confuse people about your affiliation may be a violation of our trademark policy. Right, so nothing much about this. What is not a violation of this policy? Using a trademark in a way that is outside the scope of the trademark registration in a different territory or different class of goods or services than that identified in that registration, and using a trademark in a nominative or other fair use manner. For more information, see our parody, newsfeed, commentary, and fan account policy. Oh, let's see this. Let's look at this. Yep, we have more to talk about apparently. Who can report violations of this policy? Twitter only investigates requests that are submitted by the trademark holder or their authorized representative, a legal representative or the representative for a brand. So yeah, for this type of things, they don't just let anyone to report it. So same goes for copyright, I would assume. It is the same for YouTube, for Twitch, for any platforms that it's talking about this trademark or copyright. They can't just let anyone report it, because by law, at least for copyright, right? I'm not so certain about trademark. There is a requirement to how to make a complaint, how to make a takedown notice or something like that, which is, it has to be by the person that has the copyright over whatever the thing that is needed to be removed. Anyhow, yes, so they have a form for you to fill in only if you are like the trademark holder. All right, so that's that. Let me look at I think we'll look at the copyright first. Also oh, is this short? No, it's not short. So this is something that oh man, they talk a lot. They talk about in very, very much detail. This is a long one. All right, let's see what does Twitter tells us. What Twitter informs us about. What types of copyright complaints does Twitter respond to? Twitter responds to copyright complaints submitted under the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, DMCA. Section 512 of the DMCA outlines the statutory requirements necessary for formally reporting copyright infringement, as well as providing instructions on how an affected party can appeal or removal by submitting a compliant counter notice. Right, so yeah, pretty much what I said is that by law, at least for copyright, only specific people can do it, and through specific filing or with a form. But of course, the DMCA is a American, United States law. Why they are using this is because their website, the company, most likely everything about it is governed under United States laws. Anyhow, Twitter responds to reports of alleged copyright infringement, such as allegations concerning the unauthorized use of copyright images as a profile or header photo, allegations concerning the unauthorized use of copyright video or image uploaded through our media hosting services, or tweets containing links to allegedly infringing materials. Note that not all unauthorized uses of copyright materials are infringements. See our fair use article for more information. Okay, I think this is the... Oh no, they do have a fair use as well. Huh. If you are concerned about the use of your brand or entity's name, please review Twitter's trademark policy. If you are concerned about parody, newsfeed, commentary, or fan account, please see the relevant blah blah blah. Alright. These are generally not copyright issues. Alright. Am I a copyright holder? How do I know? Man, if you're asking that, damn. If you are unsure whether you hold rights to a particular work, please consult an attorney or another advisor, as Twitter cannot provide legal advice. There are plenty of resources to learn more about copyright law, including copyright.gov, lumendatabase.org, EAF.org, Issues Bloggers, Legal Liability IP, to name a few. Right. Well, Twitter doesn't want to tell you, but how do I say this? As long as it's not created by you, it's very obvious. Yeah, that would be the right question. If you didn't create it, you didn't draw it, you didn't make it, you didn't build it from scratch or anything like that, it's not yours. Am I a copyright holder of McDonald's? Man. Anyhow, what to consider before submitting a copyright complaint? Before submitting a complaint, yeah, I think this is not necessary. Not necessary. Okay. Just telling you can report, but if you report falsely, you are liable for damages. If you knowingly materially misrepresent that material or activity is infringing. In general, the photographer and not the subject of a photograph is the actual rights holder of the resulting photograph. If you're unsure whether or not you own the copyrights to a work, or if you're infringing upon someone else's work, please consult an attorney or another advisor. Right, so this is example. I don't know why they put an example over here, but yes, they do mind. They say in general, so it's not necessary it always the photographer has the rights over a photograph, right? Depends on the relationship with the photographer and subject of the photograph. But of course, if we are just talking about the photograph, yeah, in general, it would mean the photographer has rights over the photograph itself, not the contents of the photograph, but the photograph, the picture. All right. Maybe there's how I don't know, more understandable to phrase it. What information do you need to process a copyright complaint? Yeah, I don't think we really need to know this. How do I file a copyright complaint? Oh man, there's a lot of this. How are claims processed? Okay, what information gets forwarded to the reported users? What happens next? Yeah, so they will remove it. Yeah, and such. What if I want to contest? How do I seek a retraction? When should I file counter notice? Process counter notice. After I submit a counter notice. Alright, that's done. It's done. Majority of the policy is just talking about how you can report it, but not really much about when or what is considered copyright infringement and such. Yeah, I guess so. I guess it's fair because Twitter isn't really in a position to talk about it, but apparently I think at least for Twitch and YouTube they talk about it. What's considered copyright infringement. Right, fair use. Oh yeah, so same for YouTube. Same with YouTube. They talk about what's considered fair use, but then again, let's see what exactly. The certain uses of copyright material may not require the copyright owner's permission. In the United States, this concept is known as fair use. Some other countries have a similar concept known as fair dealing. Wait, this is like copy-paste from YouTube. YouTube has a very similar way of explaining this. And okay, anyhow, whether or not a certain use of copyright material constitutes a fair use is ultimately determined by a court of law. Courts analyze fair use arguments by looking at 4 factors: the purpose of and character of the use, how is the original work being used, and is the new use commercial, transformative, uses add something to the original work, commentary, criticism, educational, explanation, or additional context are a few examples. Transformative, non-commercial use are more likely to be considered fair use. The nature of the copied work. What is the copied work itself? Is it factual, a record of a historical event, or fictional, a novel or Hollywood blockbuster? Use of factual works weigh in favor of fair use. The amount and substantiality of the copied work. How much of the work was copied? Copying short excerpts is more likely to be found fair use than copying an entire copyrighted work. Okay. The effect on the copied work's value. Will copying harm the potential market for the copyrighted work by effectively creating a substitute or replacement for that work? If so, the use is probably not fair use. Right. I think this is all very... I've explained all this, but do note, right, anyone that hasn't heard me explain this, fair use is not a shield. In the sense that it is not for you to prevent people from taking actions against you. People will take people will sue you. They will take legal actions against you, whether or not you have a legitimate grounds of fair use. That is the nature of how this works, copyright infringement works. Because if, let's say, it's really, really obvious, first, of course, why is it obvious is You do not have permission to use the copied work, the copyrighted work. I don't know why they say copied work. I think they meant copyrighted work. Or well, I guess they are referring to you, the one that's copying the work. Okay, I guess. But this isn't how, I don't think this is how the actual law in US is worded. All right. But in any case, yeah, this is, you can say this is a defense kind of thing, because it's going to be already established. It's going to be very obvious that you didn't have any permissions, you didn't have any consent, you didn't get any authorization to use these works. That's why these companies go after you, these copyright holders go after you, because you didn't give them, it didn't give you permission. If you already have proof that you have permission, we wouldn't be ending up in this situation. Or if we did, you had the very, very legitimate ground to, you don't even have to use this. You don't even have to use fair use. Yeah, so fair use is basically usable is only when you have clear-cut committed in copyright infringement. So, right. So, yeah. So that's it. All right. I always think like that. So, and always, again, I've seen a lot of other lawyers videos talk about this as well. It's a defense. It's something that comes at last after all arguments has been made by the other party suing you. So by that time, you're spending a lot of time, you're spending a lot of money. It's impossible to say that it is worth it to do this type of to try to make a stand while just having only fair use as your defense, right? But of course, I don't know whoever is going to be using the fair use. Maybe there are people, not maybe, there will be people or are people having very legitimate grounds for fair use, right? But then again, do make sure you've considered everything in what you do, whatever you're using has been thoroughly thought out. You covered every gap you can think of. Then only consider using them, right? If not, you're just leaving yourself into legal trouble. Right. Any case, fair use determinations are made on a case-by-case basis, and there is no clear formula to determine whether use may be found to be fair. If you are unsure whether a particular use of copyrighted work might be fair use, you may want to seek legal advice. Twitter is unable to advise whether your use may be considered fair use or not. Right. So for Twitter and for Twitch, if let's say you want to rely on fair use, they don't really protect you in any way. Compared to YouTube, YouTube actually has certain, it is very limited, but at least YouTube has certain content that they will protect. They will not let copyright holders just simply file a complaint, right? They will talk to them first. They will negotiate with them first. This is what I believe so. This is what they do. From their community guidelines. Learn that from their community guidelines. Anyways, that's fair use. Then we have parody, commentary, and what? What was it? Wait, no. This is copyright policy. I already talked about this. Yeah, parody, commentary, and fan account policy. This would be interesting because I do know a lot of fan accounts on Twitter. There are a lot of types of fan accounts. That's basically just reposting whatever is happening with the actual person or entity or company or whatever character or they are trying to have an account for their fan base or something like that. We'll see how. I guess this is an exception. You may not impersonate individuals, groups, or organizations to mislead, confuse, or deceive others, nor use a fake identity in a manner that disrupts the experience of others on Twitter. One way people on Twitter express themselves is by creating parody, commentary, and fan accounts. These accounts are an important way people discuss topics they are passionate about, and we believe they can enrich conversations when the account's identity does not deceive others. People are allowed to create parody, commentary, and fan accounts on Twitter, provided that accounts follow the requirements below. So what are these? They depict another person, group, organization in their profile to discuss, satirize, or share information about an entity. Okay? Or these accounts may use elements of another's identity. They also feature profile language that indicates that account is not affiliated with the subject of the profile. Uh-oh. Ban. Okay. Hey, bots. Anyhow. Well, this is the accounts that post new updates about a specific entity, commonly known as newsfeeds accounts, and role-playing accounts may also fall under this designation. What is required under this policy? To avoid confusing others about an account's affiliation, parody, commentary, and fan accounts must distinguish themselves in both their account name and bio. Account name. Account name should clearly indicate that the account is not affiliated with the subject portrayed in the profile. Accounts can indicate this by incorporating words such as, but not limited to, parody, fake, fan, or commentary. This language should be stated in a way that can be understood by the intended audience. Please note, an account name is separate from the username. Right. The bio should clearly state that the account is not affiliated with the subject portrayed in the profile. Non-affiliation can be indicated by incorporating words such as, but not limited to, parody, fake, fan, or commentary. This language should be stated in a way that can be understood by the intended audience. In addition to meeting these requirements, your account must be fully compliant. What is in violation of this policy? Using language in an account name or bio that contradicts the required profile language, like, for example, official. Attempts to hide or obscure the required profile language through the use of excessively long account names or specialized fonts and characters. Please understand that an account that falls under this policy may be deemed not to violate our trademark policy, our rules regarding impersonation. Who can report violations of this policy? Twitter responds to valid reports from individuals and trademarks owners or their authorized representatives. In some instances where we have enough context to conduct an accurate review, Twitter will review accounts that are reported by. Yep. So anyone can report on these things. Even trademark owners as well. Okay. What happens if violate this policy? Profile modification, temporary suspension, permanent suspension. All right. So this is not exactly a. Ooh, thank you for the raid, Usagi MB. Let me give you a shout out. What were you playing, MB? Legend of Zelda Wind Waker. You're continuing that game. How far are you in that game? Are you close to ending? Probably not. It's a long ass game, as I know. But yeah, hello, everyone that came from Ambi's stream. Hope you'll probably be going tired. I would understand. I wouldn't mind as well. But yeah, I'm Jake Light. Right now I'm Jake Knight because it's Halloween and stuff. But it's okay. It doesn't matter. As long as you know I'm a lawyer. I'm a lawyer. And if you have any legal questions, feel free to ask, alright? Right now we're doing a live seminar talking about Twitter's rules and policy. Alright? Very nice. Something that everyone uses, but apparently don't care about the rules and policy. Hey, it's so long. Hope your stream is going well. Oh yeah, so long. You're talking about a game, yeah. Zelda games are always very, very long, but it's okay. It's a good game, so it's good that it's long. And my stream is going well, very well indeed. We are learning a lot of things actually, just by going through all these policies. And apparently, there are things you can't do in Twitter where a lot of VTubers in the community do. Do you want to know, Ambi? In any case, yeah, talking about this parody commentary and fan account policy, I don't think this is a exception to copyright infringement or trademark infringement. Even though they say that, right? They say that that an account that falls under this policy may be deemed not to violate our trademark policy. So they just say may, right? So it's entirely possible that it is still considered a trademark infringement or copyright infringement. So whether or not you're just you're just like created this account for fan purposes or parody or commentary purposes, you might be in trouble with copyrights. All right. So do take note of that. Twitter won't. What I'm trying to say is, Twitter won't protect you, right? Twitter won't protect you if, let's say, you did violate some sort of trademark, copyright infringement, copyright rules and stuff. But yeah, let's move on. We have two left. Hateful conduct. I think this is something that is very, very common as well in Twitter. The deeper that you browse into Twitter conversations or dramas or quote-unquote debates, the more likely you will see this kind of tweet where people just spiral down into how do you say, hate, just insulting people and such, calling names. So yeah, in any case, yeah, MB, did you know that you can't ask for follow or retweet for retweet type of tweet where people like go and say, hey, I'm helping people, let's follow each other, if you follow me, I'll follow you back, let's help each other, let's help the community and such. Apparently that's not allowed. It's not allowed. Let me look back where I found that. I think it's this synthetic manipulated media policy. If I highlighted it, oh, it's not here. Platform manipulation and spam. Dang. Yeah, over here. Engagement and metrics. You can't artificially inflate your own or others' followers or engagement. This includes reciprocal inflation, trading or coordinating to exchange follows or tweet engagements, including but not limited to participation in follow trains, decks, and retweet for retweet behavior. I have no idea there was a term for like this, like follow trains or tags. But yes, apparently you can't do this. It's in violation of Twitter's policy, right? Trading or coordinating to exchange follows or tweet. So basically, those type of tweets is in trouble. If people like posting like, I want to have friends, let's follow each other. If you follow me, I'll be friends with you. Something like that. Yeah, so that's another thing, all right? There's another thing that apparently is in violation of Twitter policy is you can't follow and then unfollow people, or follow a lot of people or unfollow a lot of people in a short amount of time. So yeah, it's over here, it's called follow churn, following and then unfollowing large numbers of accounts in an effort to inflate one's own follower count. So meaning to say, yeah, it's like follow 1,000 people, 1,000 people are following me. Now it's the time to unfollow all those people I unfollowed. So apparently it's in violation of Twitter's rules and policy. And then there's also this. I think whether it's with good intentions or bad intentions, I think this applies to those VTuber supporters, where people mass follow accounts in a short amount of time. I think this has happened before. I've seen VTuber supporters say about, I've been locked out of following more people for the day or something like that. So yeah, apparently this is something that you can't do. Then we have this. Too much hashtags is also something they don't allow you to do. Tweeting with excessive unrelated hashtags in a single tweet or across multiple tweets. So something I see very often as well. People just fill up their tweets with hashtags, but also correlates with the thing about, I think, the claim where the less tags you put up on your tweets, the more discoverability that you have on your tweet. Is a bit more true, considering this is what they are saying is they don't want people to excessively use unrelated hashtags. Yeah, I see a lot of people doing that and get hit with Twitter saying no. It's like all the GFX accounts with the hashtags. Talking about GFX accounts, they might be in violation of Twitter rules and policies as well. According to this, where is it? Platform manipulation? I think it's this one. Oh no, that's not this one. Wait a minute. Threats to no, it's not this one. Civic integrity, authenticity, private, illegal, sensitive, suicide, perpetrators of hateful conduct, terrorism, violence. I think it is back here. Platform manipulation and spam. Over here. In commercially motivated spam that typically aims to drive traffic or attention from a conversation on Twitter to accounts, websites, products, services, or initiatives. So this is check what a GFX bots would do. Inauthentic engagements that attempt to make accounts or content appear more popular or active than they are. So this is something as well, which I think is applicable to GFX bots. Hey Nemo! Let's shout out Nemo. Give Nemo a shout out. Also, Waltz is playing Gundam Evolution, Nemo. Just letting you know. Sky Heart. Okay. Last stream was Overwatch 2. I played with you. The plague of VTubers. From what I heard, 2 or 3 hashtags is the best amount to use. Yes. I heard that from Mummy Mortem, actually. That's like all of the GFX accounts with the hashtags. Yes. And also the fake engagement thing is also applicable. Like, I see their tweets, so like, they like showcase that, oh, I've helped this person made this, I helped this person made that. I think they are all fake. They are like connected to each other or something like that. They aren't actually real commissions, I believe, because a lot of those type of logos, I don't know, people do use those. Let me give you an example. I have tons of GFX followers on my Twitter. Let's see. Let's just use one as an example. All right, first-hand examples we can put out. I've been tweeting. I've been using the word art a lot. I've been using the word commission a lot in my tweets. I've been having all these type of accounts recently. Let's see. GFX. All right. Let's see. Some do really look like they're legit though, right? Like, I don't want to I don't want to accuse someone who has a bot, but they do look like a bot. Like, how do I show this without implicating that person? Let me see. I mean, the science is all there, so let's just do this. All right, let's give you all an example. What is considered a GFX box? Let's bring out the live specimen. I haven't streamed since. You went to wait. What? Let me see. Let me see the chat. From what I heard, yeah, I heard. You want to play? No. I mean, Waltz. Waltz is playing Gundam Evolution. I haven't streamed since. Let's bring out the live specimen. They look so clip art bad. Like, most of them look like a bot. Yeah. So this one, from what I can say, can you tell the signs that this account is a bot? One, the excessive tags. Two, professor. They always say they are like a professional graphic and web designer, and for some reason, even in their account, they put GFX. All right, I don't know what this means. Professional services, blah blah blah. They only joined recently, but sometimes they join at least for a year or something like that. But yeah, and they follow a lot of people. All right, unfortunately, we have a few people following the bot. But yeah, I don't know. Do you consider this bot or not? Do you consider this a bot or not? I don't want to accuse anyone. It looks like a bot. All right, it looks like a bot. I'm not so certain. Anyways, let me try to find another example. Okay. Recent one. Let's just look at the ones that like messaged me. Like literally, I guess I can show this. Yeah, I can show this. They literally followed me yesterday. Oh no, it's spreading. So yeah, over here, I guess we'll just choose one. So yeah, their message is, your PFP is looking cool. Hi, nothing else. Hey there, can I ask you something if you don't mind? Graphic designer, blah blah blah. Okay, all these are graphic. GFX. No GFX in this one, but they all say the same thing. Your PFP or whatever. Let's choose this one. right? Most of the time it's obvious. This is really, really obviously a bot. There's nothing. There's nothing in this one. It's no tweet. There's nothing in this one. Anyways, I can't find it. Find one that has like a typical commission they do. That random compliment about my PFP almost got me. Ah, yes, this one. Yep. Let's choose this one. They have this obvious this obvious type of commission work. Like this style and everything, I've seen it so many places. It's like, is it a generator or something? Like people can just generate this type of a design. And also like, yeah, lots of lions, lots of animals and stuff. Right? What is this? I have no idea. So anyhow, also, yeah, lot less tweets. But anyways, yes, this is how GFX box looks like. So to take note, don't get scammed by them, right? No, just how do you say, the safest way to interact in the internet, right, is always assume someone that says good about you, something good about you, for no reason at all, which would be their first message. Their first message would be, hey, you look cool. Hey, do you want to talk? You look nice. Or hey, your picture looks nice. Hey, your content is awesome. Or something like that. Don't get lulled in by compliments, all right? The internet isn't a kind place. Man, I sound so pessimistic. I sound so cynical. But that is the only way to protect yourself, all right? Don't be gullible. Following to follow ratios. Wait. Let me look at the chat. Oh my god, I know that one. Yeah, I managed to convince Waltz the other day. I would try to convert more people to go try and tune in. Oh! You did? Because she said she played with another VTuber, Banana Asian, instead of you. Oh no, did I say something I was supposed to say? Anyhow, yeah, yeah. If you're free, you can play with each other. They literally followed me yesterday. Yeah, I saw that. Following to follow ratios. Random compliment about my PFP almost got me. And died fishing. Yes. So yeah, a lot of these things apparently you can't do. All right, let's just repeat it again. Reciprocal inflation, trading or coordinating to exchange follows or tweet engagements, including but not limited to participation in follow trains, decks, and retweet for retweet behavior. So basically, the tweets that are about in exchange, all right, of follows, of retweets, of sharing anything or like that, Twitch engagements, literally trying to make yourself expose yourself to a larger audience. That sounded wrong, but let's keep it wholesome, all right? Serious, professional. So basically those tweets that you see that are on the pretense of helping the VTuber community is violating Twitter policies, right? So unfortunately, you can't do that. Even if, let's say, your purpose is really to help people, right? To help people get exposed to a larger audience, to increase discoverability. Twitter doesn't allow that. Does not allow this. It's something it could be, how do you say? What? Let me see. What are the consequences? You could be, your account could be locked. prompted to provide additional information or solve query captcha, deny listing URLs. We deny or provide warnings about URLs we believe to be unsafe, or they will delete your tweet or temporarily lock your account, or permanent suspension. All right. Permanent suspension, yeah, it's only for operating accounts where the majority of behavior is in violation of the policies described above. Okay. Using any of the tactics described on this page to undermine the integrity of elections. I don't think this is really applicable for us VTubers. Buying, selling accounts. Yeah, so don't do anything like that, all right? If anyone is like thinking of buying or selling accounts, like transferring to someone else for them to use, don't do it, all right? Don't do it. It's not legal. It's not what it's, I wouldn't say it's not legal or anything like that. It's more of Twitter's policy, all right? You probably can do it elsewhere, but not here. And I think it is also the YouTube or Twitch also has something similar like this. They have a similar community guideline to say that you can't sell or buy or transfer accounts. Creating accounts to replace or mimic a suspended account. Operating accounts that Twitter is able to reliably retribute to entities known to violate the Twitter rules. Right, so maybe you won't be, yeah, you probably won't be suspended for, you know, doing the follow for follow thing. But still, try not to do any violations against Twitter policies. Time to make $1 by selling my account. Yeah, I don't know why people would be selling or buying Twitter accounts. Maybe it's for the clout, influence, the numbers and such. I know it is a rampant thing happening, at least in Instagram, right? Instagram, I know people have talked about that accounts has been bought over because of how the activity or how the post has suddenly changed from one to another. So yeah, it seems to be a thing that happens in Instagram at least. So I don't know. But the more common thing that I see people buying accounts or selling accounts is selling Steam accounts or any of like the accounts that let you play games or such, to buy games and such. Those are very common. I don't think that is something which those gaming platforms allow people to do it. Probably something that is against their policies as well. But the other much more common, very, very common of buying and selling accounts is gaming accounts, like MMO accounts, massive multiplayer online games, MMO games, as well as gacha games. Those are the very, very common things that gamers often do, and I don't think it's not, let's say, legal. Again, probably in violation of the game's policies as such. So yeah, that's why I would never encourage people, like, for example, buying an Genshin Impact account. Like, even if, let's say, they have the entire collection, right? Once you buy it, if how do you say, the game developer or the game company is able to trace that something's weird, like for example, originally this account was being detected in using in maybe Italy or something, and suddenly, hey, the user has suddenly is very active in Malaysia. Why is that? So that could be how they trace you, all right? How they find out that that account has been transferred and such, even though nothing else has been really changed or something like that. So yeah, so there's that, and you get banned and you lose all your money, you lose everything, and who gains that? Who gains who benefited from it? The one who sold it, the one who scammed you, quite literally. So anyway, there's a bit tangent. We will go back to what we we're talking about. So yeah, don't follow for follow. Do those kind of tweets, all right? Follow for follow. Apparently, Twitter says so. So you can't, right? Whether your intentions is for the good or for bad, don't do it. Because as far as I can see, if let's say someone violates it, anyone can report the account. So if a troll comes by to see and you're doing it, don't like your face, don't like what you're doing, have had a bad day, they will go and report you. And if Twitter is like, my day isn't good as well, let's let's enforce this policy against this person or against you, and you have a bad day, and you'll be like, damn, I wish I didn't do this kind of tweets. If only people if only anyone would tell me that it was in violation of Twitter's policy. Well, now you know, right? Now you know. so you don't do it now, all right? So then, okay, and there's the follow thing, right? Don't do the follow everyone, follow thousands of people, and then once you get enough numbers to unfollow people, there's something that Twitter doesn't allow as well. It's a violation of policy. And also the thing about following a lot of people or unfollowing a lot of people, either or, in a short period of time is also not allowed. All right, don't do any of those, which is very common thing among VTubers doing. Right, let's move on. Rather make friends than have random bots follow me. I wouldn't say random bots following you. It's more like having people that only cares about the numbers to follow them. That's why I don't really sort of celebrate milestones for my Twitter followers. Like, I just recently broke through 600, right? Yay, I broke through 600. But it's nothing. It doesn't mean anything to me. What would mean more to me is the Twitch followers or YouTube subscribers, because those means a lot to me, because those are a lot more difficult to just follow or unfollow. It takes effort compared to just going to a Twitter account and then follow someone, because at least on Twitch, right, you have to find someone to look at them stream. You have to click through links to go to their channel and then finally follow a person. So more or less there is some sort of effort put into people like following a person on Twitch. That's why I celebrate those milestones. Because that is truly a sign that they support the channel. So that's something I do giveaways for, but not Twitter. Twitter is too easy to follow, unfollow people. Too easy to like do that without really engaging with the person, without really interacting with the person. I try very hard to see if the people that I follow, to see if I can talk to them or not, interact with them or not. But most of the time, I can't seem to get into their tweets or reply to their tweets. It's quite unfortunate, really. It's most of the time I hope to see there's something interesting. Hope to be able to interact with them, like how I'm interacting with you, Ambi. Normally that's the way how I do it. Is once I follow someone on Twitter, I'll go look into their Twitch, and that is where I would do most of my interactions, rather than interact people on Twitter, actually, because then I will be able to get a more real-time kind of feedback conversation, however you want to call it, instead of like replying to tweets that may or may not reply back to you. So again, I have this problem of feeling that I'm talking to a wall. So I don't like that kind of feeling. So more or less, I go to other people's stream to talk to them instead. True, number don't always matter with social media, but it's good to have goals for other content sites. Yeah. Very true. Very true. It shows it for me. It's to show appreciation for the community. Whenever I hit a milestone, I always do a giveaway. It's the thing I do. It's the thing I always do. To show my appreciation. Instead of like doing some sort of a celebration stream, which I don't think really helps anyone. Really, it's like I'm doing just the same thing, it's just slapping a different label on it. So yeah. Any case, let's move on. I think, yeah, we were talking, we were trying to talk about hateful conduct until MB came by, and we talked back again about those stuff that is related to the community. But anyways, hateful conduct. Don't think this is much to talk about, but then, yeah. How do I say this? Hateful conduct, even though it's not something much to talk about, but then again, it's something that is very often seen to be happening on Twitter, especially when you go into the deep end of Twitter dramas, where people have slapstick fights. Is that how you say it? Like literally just name calling, trying to do all sorts of weird arguments against each other, spiraling down to nothingness, madness, and chaos. But yeah, so we're gonna find out what exactly isn't allowed, regardless. I gotta go to bed. I gotta work in a few hours. Hope the rest of your stream goes well. All right, Amby, go to sleep. All right, glad to be here. I already said it's very late for you. I understand. So go have enough sleep to do your actual work. Go to your actual work feeling fresh, all right? We'll talk to each other some other time, all right? Bye. Good night, Amby. I felt called out. I just add special in front of the title, and inside it's still the same. Nemo. Don't feel too hard. Don't stress it too much, all right? We all have different ways to we all have different ways to quote unquote celebrate milestones, achievements, and such. I would say as long as it makes your community happy, do whatever you like, all right? It doesn't have to be something that is tangible or like can be seen as creator or something. That you can argue my giveaways, my milestone giveaways, is only like going to be less and less of a practical contribution, practical benefit from community, the bigger my platform is, because it's going to be one person getting a art commission giveaway out of hundreds of people. So, but of course, at least for the followers, it's for people who actually want to be participate in it. So as far as I can tell, the tweet I have on the giveaway is ending tomorrow. If anyone wants to join, please do so, all right? Right now, I think it's only about a dozen people have participated in it. So regardless, right? Regardless of how many people, for me at least for now, regardless of how many people have followed me or subscribed to me or whatever, the people that are participating in it, the ones that are active, is still amongst these people, amongst these few people. So still very, I would say, ratio-wise, it is. I would say it's. I'm trying to say, I don't know. I'm still contributing in some meaningful way to back to my community, at least. So yeah, do whatever you like, all right? It doesn't mean one method is better than the other. It's really only my perspective. There's a lot of people who do celebration streams, like they do some sort of a marathon, or they do some sort of a challenge, they do some sort of a drinking challenge, special different type of game they would play, they don't normally play, as long as it makes the community happy, right? Do whatever it takes. Anyhow, you may not promote, so hateful conduct. Do not promote violence against or directly attack or threaten other people on the basis of race, ethnicity, national origin, caste, sexual orientation, gender identity, religious affiliation, age, disability, or serious disease. We also do not allow accounts whose primary purpose is inciting harm towards others on the basis of these categories. Right, so a lot of people do it. I've experienced it, I've witnessed it, I've called out to this sort of hateful conduct, and Twitter has taken actions against this type of people. So yeah, it works. I can tell you for sure it works, at least for me, all right? In terms of calling this type of a behavior, probably not good enough, but something. Hateful imagery and display names. You may not use hateful images or symbols in your profile image or profile header. You also may not use your username, display name, or profile bio to engage in abusive behavior, such as targeted harassment or expressing hate towards a person, group, or protected category. So yeah. Very simple. I don't think I need to explain this. Unless people, if you want to say there's a loophole or there's some sort of argument against this, you do not agree with this policy, let me know. We'll talk about it civilly. All right? Twitter's mission is to give everyone the power to create and share ideas and information, and to express their opinions and beliefs without barriers. Free expression is a human right. We believe that everyone has a voice and the right to use it. Our goal is to serve the public conversation, which requires representation of a diverse range of perspectives. We recognize that if people experience abuse on Twitter, it can jeopardize their ability to express themselves. Research has shown that some groups of people are disproportionately targeted with abuse online. This includes women, people of color, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual individuals, marginalized and historical underrepresented communities. If anyone doesn't know what any of these terms means, do let me know, all right? I have a general idea what they mean. I mean, of course, women, yeah. People of color, anyone that is not Caucasian or looks Caucasian. Lesbian, gay is homosexual. I don't think anyone doesn't know lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex. Intersex is, I think, is little less common, but it's basically if a person is born with both feminine and masculine traits, or which it's feasible. It's a physical thing. More towards a physical thing, where they could both have a male or female sex organs. So that's intersex. Asexual is people who have no sexual attraction to anyone. But of course, there's a spectrum to this, all right? But the general gist is that these people do not have sexual attraction to any type of individual. Which is something I learned quite recent as well. As recent as few years ago, I believe. Anyhow, yeah, so that's it. For those who identify with multiple underrepresented groups, abuse may be more common, more severe in nature, and more harmful. We are committed to combating abuse motivated by hatred, prejudice, or intolerance, right? Particularly abuse that seeks to silence the voices of those who have been historically marginalized. For this reason, we prohibit behavior that targets individuals or groups with abuse based on their perceived membership in a protected category. So this is a very, very broad policy in terms of people not allowing people doing something, right? As long as you're targeting this specific people, and it is to spread this, it is because of this, motivated by hatred, prejudice, or intolerance, particularly abuse, seeking to silence the voices, right? Not letting people express themselves however they want, even though those expressions doesn't harm anyone in the practical sense, right? Mentally or physically. For this reason, we prohibit behavior that targets individuals or groups with abuse based on their perceived membership in a protected category. If you see something on Twitter that you believe violates our hateful conduct policy, please report it to us, right? When this applies, I don't think we have to go into this in detail. Like, maybe let's see, violent threats. Yeah, I don't really think we need to do this. Wishing, hoping, or calling for serious harm on the person or group of people. I don't think I have to explain this. I've seen examples of them. They are not really nice. If you want to read them, you read them, all right? I've done these examples in a couple of other community guidelines as well. So, yeah. References to mass murder, violent events, or specific means of violence where protected groups have been in the primary targets of victims. Incitement against protected categories. So what does this mean? We prohibit inciting behavior that targets individuals or groups of people belonging to protected categories. So incite what? Incite fear or spread fearful stereotypes about a protected category, including asserting that members of a protected category are more likely to take part in dangerous or illegal activities. Or, for example, a religious group are terrorists. To incite others to harass members of a protected category on or off platform. I'm sick of blah 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 blah, thinking they are better than us. If any of you see someone wearing a blah 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 blah, grab it off them and post pics. So yeah, these things, it happens. I've seen it happen. I've seen news talking about these things happening. It happens. So yeah, it's not fake or anything. It's real. All this hateful conduct. They have examples because it happens. And this fear thing is very, very common. Like it's very common in Asian countries, I would say, as well. Even if, let's say, we are not as, open about it as some Western countries or some other countries. But it's a very common thing in Malaysia. I can talk about this. There's this really, weird racist thing where people seem to, on the outset, accept as is true, as long as those people, are most of these people who talk about it is like very traditional. They are very stick to one group of people, either it's one group of religion or one group of ethnicity, and they will the longer they just stick with one ethnicity or socialize with one ethnicity, they will have this sort of a impression of what other ethnicities are like. And Malaysia has all these stereotypes where suppose like Chinese are greedy people, or Indians are prone to committing crimes, or Malays are prone to corruption or lazy. All these type of allegations, all these types of racist stereotypes that simply is to spread fear, incite fear of these things. It literally is. I don't know why it is like that. My guess would be political propaganda. Like all the political figures tell you certain race is like that, certain ethnicities are like that, certain religions are like that, and you eat it up for your entire lifetime. And yeah, there. I know you're being sarcastic, Isaac, but seriously, this is something that is still prevalent, at least in the older generations, right? People in their 40s, 50s, above still believe these things. Like literally, they believe these things. Like certain people are like this because of how they were born or what they believe. So yeah, even in the younger generations, I would say it's like a spectrum of age. I wouldn't say any particular group of people think like that, but it's critical thinking isn't really prevalent in our country. We, at least not until the past 2 decades, I would say. Not until the past 2 decades, where more and more people have access to the internet, where we are exposed to a lot of different type of content, which allow us to see the world in a different light, right? But before that, when internet isn't really accessible, all the news, everything is controlled by the government. And what we see, what we are supposed to believe, is all that is being given to us. We had no way to. We do not have a simple way, or do not have an easy way to find out what is true or what's not true. Right? But anyways, yeah, it happens in Twitter as well. Very obviously, I have a personal experience where when I started VTubing, amongst the Malaysian VTubers, a lot of people are either neutral about it or openly, how do you say? Openly hateful about it. Yes, openly hateful about it. They don't show any restraint, and if it's something I see within my quote-unquote community or within my space, I have to call it out. All right, I have to call it out and move on. But yes, there are consequences of it as a Malaysian VTuber. Simply because, simply for me being open about my stance in support of the queer community, I've alienated myself to probably a substantial portion of the Malaysian VTuber community. People probably are afraid, whether or not they are in support or against what I believe. They are probably afraid by just being associated with me means that they support what I support. But don't blame them. I don't blame people for not trying to to associate with me after that. It is how Malaysians are, I guess. Not just the VTuber community, but Malaysian community. It's really saddening to say the least. Like if let's say you were open about these things, it affects your family and friends relationships. It affects your job relationship, your job position. It affects your image, in a sense. Yeah, overall social image, and there are consequences for that. But I don't see that as a problem. I see that as a problem in the sense that not being able to be part of the Malaysian VTuber community as much as I want. Really, if I could, I would really be. I would like to be part of the community, but the community doesn't want to be with me, and the community doesn't stand or support what I support. So might as well do my own thing, I guess. Right? Do my own thing, which has been doing well for me. Right? I have my own community. I have people. I have mutuals, friends. That is in support of me. It is wholesome. Have been kind to me. So what more can I ask, right? Right? Not being part of a community doesn't really has any downside to it. More or less, it's just numbers. Malaysian sucks, but just maybe not. No, I'm not saying Malaysians are bad. I'm just saying not brave enough. Not brave enough. But maybe time will tell, right? Maybe time will tell. We're brave enough to be hateful, but we're not brave enough to sacrifice certain things in order to prevent those hateful conducts. That's what we are witnessing here, right? We're not brave enough to stand against people who are like vehemently against the queer community or specific racial sentiments, racial discrimination, racially discriminative policies. We're not brave enough to stand against sexist policies. We're not brave enough to talk about accepting different point of views, different beliefs, despite not having any sort of harm to the society, not having any sort of a danger to society, right? I always question, I always have this to consider whether something is right or wrong. It goes back to whether it causes physical or mental harm to people. If it doesn't, then yeah, you're free to say whatever you want. But if it does, right? If it does harm people, don't do it, right? Don't do it. Accept them. Accept people if there's no harm. If there's harm, don't accept them. Don't support anything that is harmful, right? I do not think how do you say, this might be a thing where people might disagree with me, would be you consider intangible harm as something that you want to prevent. Something that would be considered some spiritual harm. I don't think that is justifiable, right? It's like you're saying people believing what they believe harms your faith, harms your beliefs, harms your belief in life, is a legitimate reason to prevent other people from believing what they want, right? I would say if you have faith in whatever you believe in, whether it is in God or in gods, goddesses, or in the higher power, or in some sort of a destiny, some sort of a divinity or anything, really, you should have full faith in them, right? It doesn't matter what other people believe. It's like if you're feeling that you're affected, your faith is affected, means that something you have to work on yourself, right? Improve your own faith. Don't hope for other people to don't feel like I don't know. It's like how do you say? It's like an analogy would be, you see a lot of very beautiful people, or you see a lot of people who has a lot toned body, they have all these muscles, they're really talented or something, and you say that it affects you spiritually, or it affects you in some way that doesn't really harm you physically or mentally. It's kind of weird, right? Kind of weird to think like that. Malaysians are more conservative. They don't want to get in spotlight even though it's the right thing. You say that, but people want to be in the spotlight for the quote unquote the right thing though. Malaysians like to be in the spotlight. It's the opposite. They like to be in the spotlight, but for the right quote unquote right reasons, right? The right reasons, meaning to say the majority that thinks it's right, or the right thing to do that won't involve any sort of consequences against you. Those kind of right things that Malaysians like to be in the spotlight. Yes, yeah, I can very confidently say that. Yeah, because I've met a lot of people that are very much liking the spotlight, but they are the people that are very, very controversial opinions. Prime example, our politicians. All right, our politicians like the spotlight, like to preach about things that they think are right. So yeah, I wouldn't say Malaysians don't like the spotlight. It's the things that, as long as the things they don't benefit from, yeah, they don't want the spotlight on them. Unfortunately, that is how Malaysian society is like. Rather than reap the benefits of doing the wrong things, then sacrificing certain aspects of life to fight for the right things. Anyhow, let's continue. To incite others to discriminate in the form of denial of support to the economic enterprise of an individual or group because of their perceived membership in a protected category. If you go to blah 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 store, you are supporting those blah blah blah. Let's stop giving our money to this blah 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 blah. This may not include content intended as political in nature, such as political commentary or content relating to boycotts or protests. Note that content intended to incite violence against protected category is prohibited under wishing, hoping, or calling for serious harm on the person of groups or people. Alright. repeated and or non-consensual slurs, epithets, racist, sexist tropes, or other content that degrades someone. Yeah, right. I think this is... I don't need to really read the further explanation of these things. But let's just read it. We prohibit targeting others with repeated slurs, tropes, or other content that intends to dehumanize, degrade, or reinforce negative or harmful stereotypes about a protected category. This includes targeted misgendering or dead naming of transgender individuals. Right, so does anyone know what this means? That doesn't know what this means. Misgendering, probably you know what this means. Basically, if you are like, if I want to be referred as a he or him, and you keep saying her or his, or her or her or she, then you're misgendering. Or dead naming. Dead naming of a transgender, meaning to say, if a person identifies themselves as male, but because they were previously assigned female, you keep and have a female name, but they already replace that name with a male sounding name. But because you know the female name, you constantly use that name instead of the new name that they have adopted. So that is called dead naming. Dead naming of transgender individuals. So yeah, don't do that. Right? Don't do that. Why do you want to do that? Just let people be happy, right? Just let people be happy. We also prohibited the humanization of a group of people based on their religion, caste, age, disability, serious disease, national origin, race, ethnicity, gender identity, or sexual orientation. In some cases, such as, but not limited to, severe repetitive usage of slurs, epithets, or racist sexist tropes, where the primary intent is to harass or intimidate others, we may require tweet removal. In other cases, such as, but not limited to, moderate, isolated usage, where the primary intent is to harass or intimidate others, we may limit tweet visibility as further described below. Hateful image. I don't think I have to talk about this. Right? Hateful image includes something like Nazi swastikas, images depicting others as less than human. Okay, hateful symbols referencing to a mass murder. Okay, all those things are very obvious. Don't use those things because it looks cool or something like that. Reminded me of that. Reminded me of the thing that happened in the past, in where this. I'm not sure. I don't really follow Malaysian conventions anymore. But yeah, that time I saw online where people were going to a Malaysian convention center where people did go cosplay. They go anime convention. Anime convention. They all do all cosplays. And one guy was cosplaying as a Nazi soldier. You don't, with all the things, all right, not just the uniform, with the symbols and everything, representing the Nazi soldiers. And I saw comments, saw references and such saying, "Hey, it looks cool." How do you say? Looks cool. He's doing it because he's wearing it because it's cool. It's not because he hates Jewish people or he's racist or anything. Blah blah blah. All that stuff. Totally. If you give all these sort of justifications, right? You're being very very ignorant. You're living in a very 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 small bubble in your social life. Trying to justify these things while we are quite literally living in a global society, right? In a global society, whether or not you use internet or not, the entire world is connected by it, right? We probably have Jewish friends, we probably have Jewish viewers, or we have all types of ethnic groups, right? Where do you draw the line, right? Where do you draw the line? If, let's say, someone were to wear an imperial Japanese soldier uniform, would you say the same thing? Would you say it's all right to wear that in an anime convention? Right? It would be hypocritical. And you would be like justifying that, not justifying that, it's like in against people wearing imperial Japanese uniform, saying because, you know, they genocided a lot of Chinese people, genocided, killed a lot of Malaysians during their occupation in Malaysia, all sorts of stuff. Well, it's quite hypocritical, right? You're applying certain things that is literally applicable for the Nazis. It's just that they are killing a different kind of different group of people. Right? It boils my blood whenever I remember that. Boils my blood. But yeah, that is part of Malaysian culture. People think wearing this type of uniform is okay as long as the intention is cool. Intention is cool. So many things you can wear to be cool. Why wear that to be cool, right? Anyhow, do I need to be the target of this content for it to be a violation of Twitter rules? Nope, you don't have to be, as far from my experience. But let's read. Some tweets may appear to be hateful when viewed in isolation, but may not be when viewed in the context of a larger conversation. For example, members of a protected category may refer to each other using terms that are typically considered as slurs. Alright, I understand this. When used consensually, the intent behind these terms is not abusive, but it means to reclaim terms that were historically used to demean individuals. When we review this type of content, it may not be clear whether the intention is to abuse an individual on the basis of their protected status, or if it's part of a consensual conversation. To help our teams understand the context, we sometimes need to hear directly from the person being targeted to ensure that we have the information needed prior to taking any enforcement action. Individuals do not need to be a member of a specific protected category for us to take action. We will never ask people to prove or disprove membership in any protected category, and we will not investigate this information. Alright, understandable. Consequences. Under this policy, we take actions against behavior that targets individuals or an entire protected category with hateful conduct, as described above. Targeting can happen in a number of ways, for example, mentions, including a photo of an individual referring to someone by their full name. When determining the penalty for violating this policy, we consider a number of factors. Oh, thank you for the raid! Kota! Nice. Nice. Hello, Kota. Give you a shout out. Kota Shizuka Ma. Alright. What were you playing, Kota? I think you were playing some in Super Mario World! Nice. Mario! How was the game? Was it good? Anyhow, welcome Raiders. Thank you for coming by to see me. I'm Jake Light, gaming lawyer at your service. I am a real life lawyer as well. Although right now I look like a vampire. This is a Halloween thing, so don't mind that. I'll change back soon. Maybe. Maybe. But yeah, if you have any legal questions to ask, feel free to do so. I'm a variety streamer. I stream all sorts of things. This included, not including but not limited to drawing, playing horror games, playing FPS games, playing RPG games, playing all sorts of games you will think of. Hello Jake, it was good. We're playing Yoshi's Island. Yoshi's Island, is that the one with baby Mario? Or it's not. But yeah, we're talking about rules and policy, and I got it a bit heated when I was talking about people wearing Nazi uniforms in anime conventions in Malaysia. Yep, Baby Mario. Yay, Baby Mario. There's a lot of Yoshi games thinking about it now. Game Boy version? Is it a Game Boy game? Oh, it's a DS game. I think it's a DS game, right? I don't know. Originally, of course. But yeah. So how? Talking about this. Oh yeah. Should I repeat it? Are you going to be sleeping soon, Kota? If you're going to be sleeping soon, I don't want to bother you. All right, go rest. Go have a good rest, and we'll talk. All right, we'll talk. The SNES version. Oh, the SNES version. There's a SNES version of Yoshi Island? Huh. Interesting. Anyhow, consequences. Potential enforcement options. Downranking tweets. Okay, what does that mean? Except when a user follows the tweet author. Making tweets ineligible for amplification in top research results in all timelines for users who don't follow the tweet author. Excluding tweets and all accounts in email or in product recommendations. Requiring tweet removal. Play a lot of SNES. Oh, SNES version is the same as Game Boy version. I really like that one. Kota plays a lot of SNES games. I play a lot of SNES games as well. Although probably it's mostly RPG games. Like Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy VI, Legend of Mana. I don't know how you call it. Secret of Mana, and then there's the now only released English version of it and 3D version of it. I think it's Sword of Mana. Previously, it's just called Legend of Mana 3 or something. Seiken Densetsu 3 or something like that. I never owned SNES, so I'm not sure about SNES games that much. Isaac, I play all these SNES games through a method. If you know what I mean. Wink, wink. Anyhow. Yeah. All the Mana games. Yeah, I see. You're a cultured person as well. Yeah, I like Mana games. One is because there's co-op in it. Two, it's because of the stories. And three, it's because of the nice combat system they have. Excluding tweets and all accounts in email or in product. Okay, I read this. Requiring retweet removal. Okay. Suspending accounts. Okay. Yep. Fair. Very fair. Very fair punishments. You're a lawyer, Jake. Yes, I'm a lawyer. What does it mean? That I have to follow laws? Don't... Anyways. Yeah. That's pretty much it. What else? Oh yeah, private information media policy. You may not publish or post other people's private information without their express authorization and permission. We also prohibit threatening to expose private information or incentivizing others to do so. Okay. In addition, you may not share private media, such as images or videos of private individuals, without their consent. However, we recognize that there are instances where users may share images or videos of private individuals while not public figures as part of a newsworthy event or to further public discourse on issues or events of public interest. In such cases, we may allow the media to remain on the platform. Sharing someone's private information. Sharing someone's private information online without their permission, sometimes called doxing, is a breach of their privacy and of the Twitter rules. Sharing private information can pose serious safety and security risks for those affected and can lead to physical, emotional, and financial hardship. When reviewing reports under this policy, we consider a number of things, including what type of information is being shared. We take this into consideration because certain types of private information carry higher risk than others if they are shared without permission. Our primary aim is to protect individuals from potential physical harm as a result of their information being shared. So we consider information such as physical location and phone numbers to be a higher risk than other types of information. We're sharing the information. We go so okay. There's no example really what information they are talking about. That's what I'm trying to look for. I mean, yes, we all know that you shouldn't be posting or sharing private information on other people, but what exactly does this mean? Other than, you know, what they have broadly talked about, which is images. Private information. Wait, did they say anything about that? What? Yeah, they didn't really specify what is what yet. Alright, let's see examples. Home address, or physical location information, including street addresses, GPS coordinates, or other identifying information related to the locations that are considered private. Identity documents, including government-issued IDs and social security or other national identity numbers. We may make limited exceptions in regions where these informations are considered to be private. Contact information, including non-public personal phone numbers or email addresses. Financial account information. Okay, obvious. Other private information. Biometric data. Oh, how do you share this with other people? Medical records. Media of private individuals without the permission of the persons depicted. Media of private individuals. Alright. Media depicted prisoners of war posted by government or state-affiliated media accounts on or after April 5th, 2022. That's very specific. Threatening to publicly expose someone's private information, sharing information that will enable individuals to hack or gain access to someone's private information without their consent, sharing sign-in credentials for online banking services, asking for or offering a bounty or financial reward in exchange for posting someone's private information. Okay. What is not a violation of this policy? People sharing their own private information. Okay. Sharing information that is publicly available elsewhere in a non-abusive manner. Okay. Private information depends on people, right? Since it's an information that could identify the individual, even your household, what can be private information. Yeah, kind of, but no, what over here, at least what they are giving examples, doesn't seem to include that kind of thing. But then, yeah, if let's say, if we're talking about location, right? Physical location information, they talk about identifying information related to location. So yeah, it could mean that maybe let's say you were posting some sort of a picture or doing some sort of video in a certain location that is your home. If it's identifiable, someone shared that video of you without your permission, it could be identifiable as where you are living, then yes, this is a violation of this policy. But if you're talking about something that's inside your room, I don't think so. At least what is in relation to this category, right? So what is considered not private information? Sharing information that we don't consider to be private. Let me change this music. It's a bit too intense. Yes. So names are not considered private. Birth date or age is not considered private. Place of education or employment is not private as well. Location information related to commercial property or places of business where this information is publicly available is not private. Descriptions of physical appearance is not private. Gossip, rumors, accusations, and allegations. Okay. Screenshots of text messages or messages from other platforms, unless they contain private information. Example, phone number. Alright. For media, the following are not in violation of our policy. The media is publicly available or is being covered by mainstream media. The media and accompanying tweet text value to the public discourse or are shared in public interest. Contains eyewitness accounts or on-the-ground reports from developing events. The subject of the media is a public figure. Alright. Fair, very fair, reasonable. Who can report violations of this policy? Anyone can report private information that has been shared in a clearly abusive way, whether they have a Twitter account or not. In cases where the information hasn't been shared with a clearly abusive intent, we need to hear directly from the owner of this information or an authorized representative, such as a lawyer, before taking enforcement action. Sharing private media. When reporting private media, we need a first-person report in order to make the determination that the image or video has been shared without their permission. We accept reports from individuals depicted in the reported media or their authorized representatives, such as parents, legal guardians, lawyers, or legal representative. Alright. How can I report? Okay. What happens if you violate this policy? Remove the content, temporarily lock your account, permanently suspended. Remove the content, temporarily lock your account. Okay. Alright, seems to be fine. I don't think I have much to say about this private information, but I do have a side note to this. Is there's a weird belief, alright? A weird belief that you can't share your age. I've seen my mutual talk about this. Oh no, my phone's dying. It's 9% battery left. Anyways, we're about to end anyways. There's this belief that as long as a content creator or when you're streaming or something like that, you can't tell people about your age or people can't tell you about your age. I don't think so, right? I don't think it's a myth. I have not seen this anywhere saying that you can't tell people that your age for reasons like what? I think I heard was against community guidelines or something like that, where it's a violation of private information, something like this. I don't think so. I don't think that's a thing, right? Doxing is a problem, all right? Doxing is in violation of community guidelines for Twitch. That's very true. But revealing a person's age or just stating a person's age, I don't think that's considered doxing. I thought it was an unspoken rule. Well, Isaac, you and I know that we are probably in some point in, or you're watching me stream or I'm streaming or someone streaming, we've told people our age. I know your age, Isaac. So again, I don't think there's any reason why it is not shouldn't be told, right? If anything, it should be mentioned, right? But of course, it's more of it's not really a community guideline thing. It's more like whether people are comfortable with mentioning their age. I think that's the only thing I can think of. Other than that, it's not really something that is going to cause any sort of harm per se. I don't really care about my age being known. Yeah, but yeah, that's the thing. Some people don't, some people do, but the people that do mind is more or less in regards to being whether they are comfortable with talking about it, right? They probably have their reasons not saying it, but saying I understand not saying your age, right? What I don't understand is saying your age is wrong. Yeah. So yeah, or forcing people to tell you what their age is wrong as well. But voluntarily telling people what age you are is nothing wrong, right? Out of your own volition, there's no pressure, there's no one forcing you to say it. Yeah, nothing wrong. Melon, I don't know how old you are, but it's okay if you want to tell me. It's okay if you don't want to tell me, all right? We're not breaking any community guidelines. We're not doing anything wrong, right? It's more or less your comfortability. So Melon, it's almost 2 a.m. for you. You should be sleeping. Why are you still awake? Were you in Kota stream? You were in Kota stream, it wasn't it? But anyways, yeah. You don't know why? I don't know why. Let's just assume it's not a thing, right? It's not a thing. Man. Well, yeah. In any case, thank you so much for everyone. I hope you enjoy this stream. You're not my dad, are you? I'll sleep soon. Especially because I'm not your dad. You should be sleeping. But yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much again for if you enjoyed this live seminar. Anyone that isn't following, hope you do follow. And if let's say you want to support this channel, there are multiple ways to support it. I don't tell you or specifically how, you know how. All right. The least you could do is follow the channel. But in any case, thank you for your thank you for watching. Thank you for chatting with me and asking all sorts of questions. Do appreciate it. But yes, that will be it for this live seminar. Casual 6-hour stream. Isn't it casual? 6 hours isn't that long, right? Bloody hell. Anyhow, I will be streaming later. I'm contemplating whether I want to play Ready or not. Unless anyone has suggestions, I'll be playing that. And unless someone is playing Overwatch 2, asking me to play Overwatch 2, no, I probably won't. I'll probably default back to Ready or not. It'll be quite literally just me being very cautious, being very quiet, being sneaky, and then shooting at dangerously skilled drug addicts. For some reason, they can one-shot you. But yeah, but first, wait, what? Prefer Koda chat. Koda, you haven't sleep. Oh, you haven't sleep. But yeah, my stream Ready or not? We will see. Any suggestions? Anyone want to suggest something for me to stream? But of course, I guess Melon or Koda won't be here because they have to be sleeping. But anyways, let's see if there's any questions. Of course there isn't questions. You're all so I'm so proud of you all. You're so no questions at all. Meaning I did a good job explaining things. I did so bad of a job explaining things that you don't know what to question. Anyhow, nevertheless, regardless. Jake missed the redeem. Wait, what? Did you redeem something? Did you redeem RRR? I don't see an RRR. Koda did? Let me check. Oh, Koda did. Okay, all right. Koda did. Man, I almost didn't see that. Damn, my phone. My phone is my phone's problem. It's not me. I wasn't intentionally. I was intentionally ignoring Koda. All right, all right, Koda. Let's. You are. Ara, Koda. Go to sleep, won't you? It's really late. Okay. That's why I call him chat. I see. Yay, Koda. Alright. So yeah, whenever I end my streams, I'll be raiding someone. And let's see who we can raid. 7%. My phone is dying. Let's see. Oh man, there's so many choices. Should I be biased? I dying pretty slow. Should I be biased and just raid Rika? Is Rika going to be streaming for long? She has been streaming for much longer than me, or almost at the same pace as my pace. Oh, she's been streaming for 4 hours? I think it's much longer than that. Probably disconnected or something. Hi Zed, you're over there. Huh, I see you. I see you over there. Sure, why not? You're biased as well. Because you're already there. Anyhow, let me see. What about Daffy? Daffy just started streaming. You know what? We don't want to be biased. Okay. We'll rate Daffy. Daffy rated us yesterday. We'll rate Daffy now. It's only fair, right? It's only fair. I mean, it's not like, you know, I'm going to be collaborating with Rika anytime soon. Cough. Anyhow, thank you so much. I'm gonna put up a rate message. Oops. 2, right? Okay. Cock off, if only I knew what that meant. Yes, you don't know. It might involve a certain podcast, I don't know, that we might be somehow maybe planning to do an official one in the future. Maybe. Here's a favor, maybe. Isaac, I'm warning you. Isaac. I'm pointing at you. This point is for you, specifically. Anyhow, take care, stay hopeful, but be critical. Goodbye.